Clocking into class? Good, good, good. You're on time. Ready to learn. Good, good, good. It's just what we need. Very diligent students. Here. Present. Roll call. I'll grab drawing tablet. Heck yeah. He's taking attendance. Sorry, I'm looking at the Discord. OMG. Oh my glob. A year. What the frick? What the heckin' frickin' heck? Hell yeah.
Hey Shibo just subscribed. A year.
A year. It said a lot less excited than I imagined. Let me run the ad right away. Greetings, hello DDP. Oh, bless you. Oh, sneezing 3 times. Little sneeze kitten. I've been stuck with you a whole year now. Yeah, trapped. I'm jealous of the bronze beetle. Wonder when mine is coming. Milestone, heck yeah. I should grab my hat and turn on my lights because I'm kind of just sitting here. Give me half a second. Thankfully, the thunder died down. It was frickin' crazy outside. It was lightning and thundering, and not thunder the person, thunder the thing that happens outside. Let's turn on the lights. Probably should get Photoshop open as well, huh? I'll be honest, my lesson plan isn't really like super planned, but it's nice that will be the focus of stuff, right? Like we're focusing exactly on teaching art. So if you have questions and stuff like that, and I can kind of go through my process of stuff. And kind of explain things. It's not necessarily a draw along kind of thing. I mean, we can kind of maybe do it that way, but part of it that I think is good, like I would recommend maybe practicing the things that that I'm explaining as we go, but maybe we can, like, after like I teach the things I teach, we could do like a draw along kind of thing at the end, like how to draw a little guy, and like kind of put all our ideas into practice. So maybe that's how we do it. Again, like I said, not super planned, but I watched Obsession yesterday, first time in many years. I've been scared of horror movies. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I read that wrong. But will Principal Bean be observing us today? That's a great question. He certainly knows more than any of us here. I can check that. I can check that. All right, we're here. Let's go here for a second. Hello, howdy. Welcome on in. I'm sorry I'm not wearing anything professorly. I just didn't have it, you know? I didn't have nothing. I know we're all disappointed. I don't have a pair of glasses to wear. I do have a shirt and tie, but it's too nice to be wearing. Hello, Professor Beets. Hello, Student Tebow. Today, we're going to be talking about art stuff. I want to go through my process, and I think I want to talk about things that people have asked me about or said that I'm good about or good at specifically, and things that I'm confident in. Because like I'm not going to be like sitting here telling you how to draw hands when I'm bad at it, you know. Anatomy is not my strong suit, but I figure I can go through and talk about the things that I'm good at and how that. Ooh, sorry, I don't know why I'm yawning already. Whew. And how that can help you. You know, how all those things can help you. If you have any questions or you know what I should do? Well, I don't think it really matters. If you have an art redeem or anything, like you want me to an art review redeem, you can just send it in. I'm not going to charge you anything. So you want me to review your art and give you critiques? I'm doing that for free. You know, I kind of do it for free anyway, but we're solely focused on that. So hopefully you don't feel like, oh man, I'm going to interrupt Beets doing whatever. So if you want me to look at anything, I'm doing that for free as we go. So if you're like, I need critiques on this, I will do that. And if you actually do a redeem, I'm just going to refund you. Not that it costs anything. I think it's like 100, right? Yeah, it's like 100, but either way, it's for free. I did have something I did. The pixel art thing. Well, get refunded, nerd. Oh wait, I just refunded your little guy thing. Yep, well. You just got so much stuff back. Well, there you go. I'm rich. Yeah, I just gave you back a little guy. I hated it. Okay, cool. It's back on reserve. I was just gonna give it to you, but you know what? I appreciate your honesty. Anyway, let's start talking about art. Let's start the art. I wrote some like very brief notes. What am I if not honest? I don't know. You could be lying about everything you talk about. We don't know. We know about your stories. Anyway, art. What is it? I pooped my pants at a kid's birthday party when I was 5. See, that could be a lie. We don't know. We have no way of proving it. And then I told everyone and successfully got away with it. Wait, how do you tell everyone and then get away with it? Okay, one thing I've been asked about, and I think this is like probably the broadest thing we can discuss, is how to develop a style. Because I feel like one thing I am good at is I have a bunch of different styles, right? Between Blackridge and armies and some of my comics and just some of my random drawings. I think my styles are relatively different. This is where it would be good to have like a PowerPoint to have everything I'm talking about. But we'll do it live. we have many different styles, right? We've got our our armies kind of style, right? We've got our Blight of Blackridge. As I pull it up, Blight of Blackridge, I would say these are, you know, very different, right? So how do you develop a style? That's a great question. I have no idea. No, can you imagine? I also have, you know, like I don't know. You get the point though, right? Like I've got a bunch of different styles. To me, honestly, I don't think, oh, it's taking forever, huh? Hello? Did I crash Photoshop? Oh, there we go. It's just very high resolution. It's only 4K. So I have a bunch of different styles, right? How does one decide what to do when developing a style? Well, honestly, the first thing is actually just emulation. If you go and you find a bunch of different references that you want, that is more or less what I'd recommend. So let's develop a quick, I'll show you how to study it, right? So give me some examples of styles you like, and then and then we'll figure out how to sort of emulate it. I'm not going to draw anything crazy. It's going to take too long. But like, say we're going to try to develop a style. I'm going to tell you how to sort of look at it and understand it from a perspective. I have some crazy styles. Well, give me crazy style. Give me just a few pieces of media that you think is cool that we can learn from real quick. If y'all want. We know Tuna's gonna pick JoJo, so I'm gonna do it before he even says it. I was typing it into my browser. Stop. I mean, it's easy to, I mean, you're Tuna coded, you know? Can I just get like an individual character? I think here, this dude, he's got the correct JoJo pose going on, right? Demon Slayer. Okay, we can do Demon Slayer. The eyes. I agree with that one. We got this guy. Let's hide all my stuff. Demon Slayer is a cool one. Johnny Joestar. Okay. That's wild. What a show, huh? There you go. Just showing some pelvic cleavage. Oh, Demon Slayer. Early JoJo is buff men, later JoJo is twinks. I guess so. Sure, this is the first image. We'll do, you said the eyes specifically. Actually, let's just look up the eyes, right? Like, so one of the things is to like look up the thing that you might want to pick and choose the things that you're emulating, right? So even just looking at like just the eyes is sometimes a good way to do that, right? So it's like, I want JoJo characters, but the eyes from Demon Slayer and the blah 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 from this, right? Like going through and figuring out what makes that style unique and how you can man, the eyes are so good. Holy yeah. I don't want to just do the eyes necessarily though, just so we can get some, I don't know, who do you want to pick? I mean, this is like interesting, right? Let's see. Maybe we do just do the eyes, whatever. No, because then we don't really get, a lot of these aren't even like the actual art. We'll pick, what's her name? What's the girl? Her? She's got some weird funkiness going on there, right? Nezuko, that's right. So one thing to first look at, one of the things like to break down, so like say you want to learn how to, like proportions, right? Proportions are a big thing. Like one thing you can do is you can take the art and kind of break it down the way you would draw it. This will probably change depending on who you are. But one good thing to do is actually break down how the characters are oriented. Honestly, the JoJo style is pretty realistic, so you're drawing honestly pretty, if you're trying to emulate this style, you're probably wanting to learn like a lot of anatomy and that kind of thing. But one thing to do is like actually break down where their body is, right? Like, or like what the shapes of their body is, and figure out. So like the same way you would construct a person, right? Like when you're doing construction for a drawing, you kind of trace over, figure out what's going on here. Like, obviously like wide shoulders here, right? You got the rib cage. And it's actually pretty nice to like look at some of these because you do actually see, of course I kind of mess this up a little bit because the neck, they're freaking beefy neck. Actually going through and just figuring out what shapes you're working with, right? Like something more dramatic, like let's look at like a I don't know, a cartoon character, like I don't know, something like Steven Universe, right? That would be a good one too, but I'm just grabbing, well, you know what? Sure, let's do what you said. Well, this is an animal character. It's a little, I think a human character would actually be better to pick here. Let's like pick, I don't know, even just looking at every character, like obviously you can have a lot of different body types, especially if you're going more cartoonish, you can exaggerate proportions. But like when you're looking at Garnet, like she's just, because it's simplified for animation, like she's just a circle with two circles, right? And then her waist is very, very thin and her hips are wide, right? So like basically one of the things to do is like look through, I like everyone's Steven Universe but Steven. I think Steven's very unlikable in the earlier seasons, but he becomes much more likable the further you get, in my opinion. But yeah, honestly, just draw over a character, figure out the construction. Say you want to make a character that looks something like Garnet, right? Honestly, figuring out what their body looks like underneath like what their skeleton is rather, right? So drawing over that, and then once you have that, do I still have this thing? Let me check real quick if I still have an example of how this works. Because I have something for... I had something. I don't know if I still have it, but when I was trying to make... I don't know if I still have it. Well, I mean, this is decent. This is similar enough, right? This was like kind of later in the process, but when I was doing my comic style, I took a bunch of different styles and then I try to put them together to kind of make what the basic shapes of these people are, and then like what their clothing was on top of that. So honestly, just going through and breaking down the elements of something is one of the biggest... I'm not a fan of his design in general. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Or like, yeah, if you're breaking down a character's eyes, literally just honestly tracing is huge, right? Tracing just helps you figure out what you're actually working with here, right? So like her eyes are very round, right? Like, do not be afraid to trace a style to help learn it. Obviously, the thing you're drawing isn't like, you're not gonna take this art and be like, hey, this is the art that I'm like, this is my art now. But going through and tracing and like understanding how the style works is very, very important. Now, the thing to do though isn't just trace the lines, because one of the other things I want to talk about is when you're doing construction, like when you're trying to understand something, or like any shape, right? Don't think of this as, okay, there's a line here, and then there's a line here, and there's a line here. Like, this is how I make a face. It's a bunch of lines, right? Art is not lines. They are three-dimensional objects, right? Obviously, she's got a skull here, right? Like, so this is her eye socket, right? And she's got her jaw, right? So like, think of it like the skeleton inside the face, which is pretty difficult. I'm not gonna lie. For instance, actually, Tuna, do you mind if I share your pixel art you're doing? The other day, the dude, yes, do it. Okay. I want to go back one. I want to copy this image. This is before you fix the shoulder. But one thing to see here is if you're thinking in 3D, right now the shoulder is, I'm gonna just make it a little more transparent so you can see my lines above it. Thinking of the skeleton, right? And then in 3D, right? One shoulder's here. And then the shoulder is going to go back past his, like, it's going past his body, right? So like this shoulder is behind him from this perspective. So when you have the shoulder here, let me draw a little bit differently. So you're thinking in multi-dimensions here, right? The shoulder's back here, but the reason you don't necessarily... This is just me sketching. This isn't gonna look perfect, but part of the reason you don't see as much of the shoulder and why this should probably just drop down, like how you fixed it, right, is because his chest / skeleton, right, is here, which is blocking some of the shoulder. And so like it wouldn't just be, it's not just this, right? Like it's not like you're not looking at it from head on, you're looking at it through the dimensionality. So like a lot of time it's easiest to break things down into shapes. This is another thing I want to talk about, is shape language. That might not be like the most perfect example ever, but like, yeah, the way you kind of drew it was that it was like head on, right? One of the ways that it sort of kind of looks like is that it's head on, right? So it's like, this is the front. He's so handsome, that character, props to the artist. Yeah, true. But yeah, just making sure that you're like, honestly, drawing things in smaller shapes is, or in simple 3D shapes is one of like the best things you can do, because a shoulder, you know, a sphere more or less, right? A box for the torso, right? This is kind of not quite the right dimensionality. It's kind of more like this. Now, construction isn't necessarily like my greatest the thing I'm like the best at, but I've been getting a lot better. And see how like the shoulder's kind of behind. Let's actually do this in a different color. So like, say this is his this is the construction of his body, right? The shoulder obviously is here, right? And that makes sense with what you have here. Maybe it goes out a little far. I don't know. Kind of hard to say. The other one's here. And so like when you're wearing a coat, it's going to smooth out and be a little less wrinkly. And obviously, it's got a thing. You ended up making it look good, and so I'm not like exactly telling you how to do that, but, and like clearly like this a rectangular shape isn't perfect. Like looking at a rib cage is probably like a better reference to figure out how this shape is supposed to be, right? It's kind of more of a that sort of shape, but still have some issues with the current version. We can take a look at that too if you want, but I can also take a look at the other thing that you posted as well. But basically what you should be doing is trying to break everything down into as three-dimensional objects as you can. Obviously it's kind of hard with like an anime style or something like that, right? Like and some things almost feel like a 2D plane, like the eyeball here. Obviously, as she turns her head, like the perspective on her eyes are going to change. But yeah, one of the biggest things I recommend is going around and tracing. Now, one of the things you'll also realize is her eyes. They aren't, and you did this actually in your pixel art, right? I think a lot of people like to draw when you're drawing or like trying to sketch, you draw the full eye, right? Like you draw this sort of shape. But the truth is this doesn't have line art, right? There's no line art here on the side of her eye. So that will actually help you feel more confident when you're drawing, is actually not drawing the line art where it's not supposed to be. Yeah, it's going to be a different color here, but it does help you a lot to figure out the shape without, you know, losing that sort of confidence there. And then obviously the brow is very important, or like the what's it called? Like especially in this style where you see the eye socket, right? So that's actually very, very important. in this sort of example is learning the shape of the head. Obviously, like a cartoon character, if you're looking at like Steven Universe, they even still have it somewhat, like in like a sad expression, obviously here, right? But something important to keep in mind. But here, yeah, I guess like Pearl doesn't really. I find, wait, hold on. But not structural. I find the line next to the left eye interesting because it's supposed to be part of the nose and it adds to the dimensionality of the face. A Nezuko, yeah. The line on the left eye supposed to be part of her nose to add some dimension. Yeah. So like, yeah, that's a bridge of her nose, right? She also has like a, spoiler alert, demon sort of brow, right? So she would have even a more pronounced brow line. But yeah, that's her nose, right? Like if you go for that. Technically, yeah, it's a little bit weird because technically it goes a little bit higher than honestly like you think it would, because you'd think this line, technically the brow though comes out like this, right? Like if you look at a skeleton or if you even feel your own head, right? The three-dimensional sort of object here comes out like this, like the brow looks like this. It's kind of harder to see this line. And the shading does a lot here too, right? Like the shading adds a lot to the face itself. Even the eyes have shading as well. Shading is probably one of the things is my forte, but yeah, it's another solution I saw later for fixing the nose on my thing is making the nose hide part of the eye can add a lot of dimensionality. It's true. Let's take a look at your latest one. You said you weren't happy with it, or you're... Honestly, I think you did a really good job with the, I have an issue. Okay, tell me. See the outline, the gold parts on the coat. Yes. I think it looks like it's over everything else, which makes it look weird. Like it's sticking out more than the other stuff. I mean, part of it could just be that you need yet another outline potentially. White part is supposed to be the coat that goes over the blackish color undershirt. Yeah, part of that might be you're missing an outline, right? So potentially you might need an outline over this as well. It's gonna look bad because it's not pixel art. One day I'll figure out how to do this on Photoshop. Potentially that would help, right? Because the Windows security just leaked my email. Should the outline invade the gold outline though? I think so, because this is on top of it, right? So like I think it should. Because the reason the white doesn't stick out is because it's I'm honestly not sure how much. I think it just goes along the whole length here because the I mean, technically it doesn't have to, right? Part of it could be color choice as well. Of course I drew on the image instead of whatever. It's fine. We'll just put that there. Part of it could just be that it's so much darker. This could be a color choice thing. One of the options could be changing it to maybe like a lighter color. Or something where it's like contacting the I don't know. Look in the area it's contacting that. I mean, it's not really the right color either, but this is me thinking more than yeah, I think you just need to add the outline of the coat. That can kind of help because it looks like it's like lighter behind the... You don't really have lighting though, that's part of it. Like this, there's no shading really. I would put a gray outline just because the coat is over that and the outline kind of indicates the outline of the object, right? So I think honestly just going over this whole area here makes it make sense because it looks like then it's over top of it. Just like, oh, also, what do you think about the background? I like the dithering, and I like how it looks. I'm trying to decide if I like the color choice. I think you probably could have some like better color choices for some of this, to be honest. I'm not exactly sure what that is yet though. I almost want to say like, I think the gray is maybe just too light. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to decide what the what it is about the colors that are... I mean, white isn't bad. I think usually like, I mean, this is maybe just a personal choice. I'm usually like a much more limited color palette. Like maybe honestly even just reflecting the purple of his eyes in the background. Okay, oh wait, that's just the one beneath it. I see, I understand now. It's maybe too saturated though. Yeah, I guess I see what you're doing, to be honest. I think it makes sense that the background's desaturated and he's very saturated. Like, it kind of gives that distinction. Like, it makes him pop off the screen. But I think that there maybe could be... Let's do this real quick. Select subject. Let's see if this actually works. It does not. Well, kinda. Or maybe we just do remove background. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it understands pixel art. I'm trying to think what I would do in this case. Like, what would my... background look like? If I were to do it. I deleted half of him. What the heck? What the, huh? What have I done? Okay, there we go. I like the, like I said, I like the, I like what you did. I'm not 100% sure I'm sold on the colors. It also kind of depends on what style you're going for. I feel like this looks like a much more like retro maybe style of colors because it's much more saturated than I think a lot of like modern games. General color choice is deliberate because the lore stuff. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm not saying, yeah, I'm not saying the colors themselves. I'm saying more, yeah, the shades of it. I'm kind of thinking it through. I'm inconsistent with shades of color. This is, I think, the probably best advice for you is let's actually, you know what? Let's break this down. This is a good learning experience. Let's pretend like this is a this is our this is a character we're trying to learn from, right? Let's learn from the colors here, and then we'll kind of adapt. So you got 3 different blues. You got 1 purple. You've got a red. We of course have white. Oh, this is slightly an off-white, right? I believe, yeah. So that's good. Boom! Surprise grottening. Whoa! You're tardy, sir. And we've got our gold colors. We're currently looking at Tuna's art, giving it some reviews. We're kind of taking a look at the colors right now. But I am just kind of giving general art advice. I think, honestly, the second half of this will probably be more useful for most people because I think my my grasp on construction and that stuff is probably weaker than my grasp on shading, which is probably why this is like a decent thing to take a look at here. The one I just did? Yeah, okay. So we do have a decent number of colors. Originally I was picking pure white, but realized it made it less fabric-y. The other problem with pure white is that it's going to draw your eye too much to it, right? So it's like, this is going to be, it makes your eyes less, it'll draw your eyes to it too much. Wish I had a pixel art program. I should just buy a Sprite or something, or just download one of the free ones. Because this is just not the right, it's not the right program for this. It like enlarges the pixels. I guess I could just shrink it to the pixel layer, but whatever, here we are. It's good enough. Okay. Let's take a look here. So we've got a bunch of colors. I think one of the first things to do is grayscale the whole thing. So let's actually just take a filter and do black and white over everything. Why is this popped up still? Go away. Oh god, what have I done? Okay. You tell me, what's do you think the first issue you see here is? I need to scout soon, so I'm stopping by. Yeesh. Blends together, yeah. So your hair blue, your hair, oh god, wait. Oh, does that actually just keep it as gray? It is, okay. The blue of your hair, the skin tone, and the gold are all the exact same value. Which, yeah, when you look at it like that, it looks, you know, not great, right? So that's a good way to test it. I sort of like, eventually you get an eye for it. Like when I look at it, there's just something about it that I'm just like unsure of. Looks like a seller now. But tweaking that a bit can definitely help. His face is going to be your main, it's where you want your eyes to be drawn, right? Like that's usually like the most important thing to be looking at. So let's figure out how we're gonna do that. Honestly, maybe even just adding a bit more red to the face to make it a little bit more lively, right? So rather than just like shifting it to light, I mean, or dark, either way. Let's actually just do, can we just do color replace? It's probably actually more important to keep the skin tone the same color it is, and then change the hair and gold to a slightly different color. Anyway, gotta go. Bye. Goodbye, Grog. Goodbye. So let's look at the hair color. Honestly, I think probably making the hair a little darker is probably your best bet. There's surely a way to just change color. Adjustments. Replace color. So we're replacing this color exactly. I think this just selects it. Is that how this works? Nope. Oh wait, I'm selecting the wrong layer. That's part of the problem. Image. Adjustments. Replace color. This color. Okay, so we want to make it probably just a little bit darker, honestly. Making it darker also is gonna make his face pop out more, right? So you're gonna notice his face more, which is probably a good way to go. We could probably even potentially shift the hue slightly, maybe just by a smidge. Honestly, we could probably even do the same with the outline of the hair. I'm playing around for a second. Let's just change the lightness for now. Ooh. Whoa. Silver hair. Honestly, the other thing we could do is... Oh, I guess we can't do that right now. Already, that's a huge difference, right? Just making his hair a bit darker. Thought he couldn't get any hotter. So that's already a huge difference. And then changing the gold. Image, adjustments, color, replace. Let's do the gold. And I'm trying to decide if darker is gonna look bad, you know? So maybe we even just go lighter with it. And maybe we also make the edge of that gold a little lighter. Only problem is it's getting a little too desaturated, so maybe we boost the saturation as well, maybe? Oh, it's selecting his face for some reason. Hold up. Because the tones are too close. There we go. I don't think that's selecting the face anymore. Oops. So yeah, I'm just kind of playing around here until I find something I think looks good, which is kind of like hard to like quantify, right? But maybe something like that. My problem is calling the character gold by grouping him with that color. Yeah, it was almost the same. That actually didn't do enough. I do like the, I mean, it depends on what kind of gold you're going for, but making gold a little bit less green can sometimes make it a little bit more appealing, like more of a rose gold. But green does make it look maybe a little more realistic, so it kind of depends on what you're looking for. Maybe we, obviously it has to be played around with a bit, but let's do color replace more time. But yeah, you're kind of looking for, maybe we go even lighter, or maybe yeah, let's go a little bit lighter. I feel like that. There we go. Look at that. Now, again, a red gem here is completely invisible. So going through and doing that is also, we don't necessarily need to get stuck on here, but unless this is helpful, but the red gem is too similar color now to the other stuff. So maybe shifting that a bit could work as well. Maybe just even brighter red. Oops. Oops. Maybe that helps. Does a bit, I would say. So yeah, just work with your colors and try not to have them all the same value. I might even make his eyes like a brighter purple. And then potentially, like, if you want to, like, maybe make him slightly bluer to kind of match with his hair and slightly lighter. Like go a more purpley blue or bluer purple. Like a lavender. Potentially. As I just replace every color. I don't know if I like that. Again, that's just me playing around. No, it's too close to the skin color now. One way you can do it too is you can select the skin color, and if you're trying, and then go and then grab a purple, and then make sure that that purple is nowhere near here. You know, go, let's go here. And okay. Well, actually, that's more just the tone though, so we maybe make it a bit darker too, like a deeper purple. Obviously, you have like stuff to work on, like have to figure out like how that fits your character. But now his eyes look more, they pop out a little more, right? A grayscale option in my pixel program, I literally discovered it yesterday. There you go. So yeah, trying to make sure your values are... What a handsome devil, yeah. Because it's not really something you can necessarily, like, see, per se. Like, when I look at this, it's not necessarily that I, like, it looks bad, but, like, there is, like, an element where it's like, I'm not sure where my eye is supposed to go. It looks maybe a little muddy, I guess. But then, you know, fixing the... I don't know how I feel about the eyes. I feel like the darker color makes his eyes look a little more dead, and he looks like his smile's a little, like... It depends on, like, what you're going for the character. I think the darker eyes is probably too much. Unless you're going for a look where he's supposed to be, like, kind of, like... soulless, you know. I think the brighter eyes were honestly better, but... This makes me realize I don't really even need to detail to shade this further. In what way? Like to do shading on him? The thing is, shading a lot of time brings out the detail. Like, let's go back to our where is it? Where's Nezuko? If you hide... I wonder if I can actually do this. Will this work? If you hide the shading on her face... Like... It just starts looking flat, but that's pretty easy shading to put in there, right? Her face isn't that detailed. You know? I have no idea how to do it anyways. Well, you're in luck, sir. We're just using your art as an example today. If anyone wants to jump in, has any questions about their own thing or whatever, then we can do that. But we can pivot over. But yeah, that's like one of the good things. Let's take the lesson we learned from this though, and explain how you would come up with a color palette. One of the important things to do is grab colors that are not necessarily going to be the same hue, saturation, anything when you do a color palette. I personally like a very limited color palette. Usually I pick like 3 colors max and then kind of go with more neutral colors after that. Like an interesting thing to do would just be replace all the colors with my colors, but like my color palette. I have a color palette I've been working with for probably like 10 years now. It's probably more like 8 years, but still. Yeah, something like that. And maybe I need to move on to a new one, but it's good. So like, let's actually just develop a palette to start, right? Say we want, I don't know, give me a color. Anyone shout out a color. Shout out your favorite colors in chat. Teal. Gotta love me some teal. All right. So we have teal. And dark blue, same. Teal, okay. Teal and dark blue. Okay, so if let's just start with teal, and then I need a blue, right? So if I look at my teal, this is the current value of teal, value, saturation, blah, blah, right? So if I'm picking a dark blue or a blue in general, I'm going to want it to not be the same. Like, I don't want to just do this blue. Now, technically, there's some weird stuff when you... Oh, God. There's some weird stuff when you change the value of colors or the saturation or whatever. Sorry, there'll be the value here. Change the value of colors. Technically, this blue is darker just by it being blue. If you do black and white, I believe over this, it will not be... It'll still be darker, even though it's technically the same value. So there's some weird stuff intrinsically with color value. That's just based on the color. Like, again, if we do something that is... If we take this teal... and we go and we look at our color picker. This is kind of a flaw in just the system, really. If we pick a yellow, right? Yellow is a very bright color. This color is going to probably be lighter than this teal, even though it's... Well, it might actually be darker, which is kind of weird. That's about the same. But you'll notice the blue is darker. That's just kind of a weird intrinsic value of blue, is that it's just darker. And it's somewhat a failure of modern or any sort of you know, digital art program. But that being said, when you have your teal, I would recommend moving, say we're going to a darker blue, go to the dark blue, and then honestly push it a little bit darker. So our values are going to be much more different. That might be a little too purpley for my taste. So maybe we go a little bit even like this way. I like that better. One thing you can do too, when you're trying to figure out colors, honestly, inverting them is kind of an interesting way to figure out, like, these are going to be the complements of those two colors, more or less. Because complementary colors are very, very good for, they are the maximum amount of contrast you can add to a color. Because they are on the opposite side of the color wheel. I guess we could talk a little bit about color theory. I feel like we've talked about it a bit before, but if you guys would like me to, I could talk about it. We are about to hit an ad, so we'll probably take a break, but sorry, sir, we're going to need to see some certifications for to confirm you're a professor. Okay. And take it off my wall. I was about to take my my bachelor's of science off my wall. Can I actually, that does my full legal name. I probably shouldn't put that, put that on stream. It's hold on. It's over there on my wall over there. There's my nose. There's my schnoz. As someone who's bad at colors, I need to learn a color theory lesson. Okay, we'll do it. Well, we'll do a color theory lesson. We'll do that right... We'll actually do that right after the break. Doxed, yeah. Zoom in, enhance. Learn my full name. I think it's pretty easy to learn my full name if you really wanted to. If you really tried. At the very least, my last name you could figure out. Okay. Nathaniel Beetstorm. Very difficult for me. Yeah, super difficult for Bradley, who knows me in person. Anyway, we're doing an ad. C Beetstorm. Y'all should know actually what my middle initial is. Anyway, I'll be right back. See you in 3 minutes. C for creations. Ah, true, yes. All right, be back in 3 minutes, and we'll have another hour of lessons. Be right back. Ever wanted to make a board game but felt completely overwhelmed by how much work it takes, designing every card, every rule, every little piece, only to realize it doesn't work and you have to go back and redo it all from scratch? Well, today I'm going to show you how to skip through all that frustration and walk you through how I make a board game from scratch fast. And not only fast, I'm talking about a fully working prototype, multiple playtests, and actual revisions all under 24 hours. And I know this might sound like a bit of an exaggeration, but I can tell you it's truly that easy because I've done it myself. Twice. Between two 24-hour board game challenges and a bunch of other projects, I've learned how to make board games and do it quickly. So if you've got an idea and a single day to spare, let me show you how to bring your game to life. And stick around because I think some of these tips might just change the way you make games. To start, let's talk brainstorming. Maybe you've got an idea, maybe you don't. Either way, I recommend starting with brainstorming. Just write down anything that comes to mind. For me, usually I start with a core concept, something I'm trying to achieve. In the case of my two 24-hour game challenges, I started with a theme. Partly because that's what the challenge required, but honestly, it's a great jumping off point if you're just starting from scratch. That core concept can be anything, narrative, mechanic, or just a vibe you're going for. The most important thing is to get the ideas flowing. Write down everything, even the bad ideas. You never know which ones might evolve into something useful. Don't be afraid to borrow inspiration either. Pull ideas from your favorite board games, but also video games, books, movies, whatever inspires you. Sometimes adapting ideas from outside the tabletop scene can lead to something truly unique. But say nothing's coming to you, then talk to a friend, bounce ideas around. That back and forth can spark concepts you'd never come up with alone. You're a nerd and don't have friends? No problem. Using an AI or something like ChatGPT can actually be super useful for ideation. Sure, most of the ideas probably shouldn't be taken directly, but it can still help get the ideas flowing, like talking to a friend. Once you've got your list, it's time to refine. Pick your best ideas, cut the rest. Look at them through the lens of what makes the best minimum viable product. If something feels too big or complicated for your first prototype, cut it. You can always add it back later if you have time. I decided to do this exact thing for my corruption mechanic with Blighted Blackridge. It was too big of a scope and I decided to cut it from the 24-hour version. However, I decided to add it back in after when I had more time. So you've got your ideas and now you're ready to actually make the game. Start by taking those ideas and plugging them into a spreadsheet. Personally, I recommend Google Sheets for this step. For one, it makes collaborations super easy. If you're working with friends, they can just jump in and help. And for two, well, we'll get to that in a second. From there, design your game in sheets, separating each element into columns. For instance, card names, card types, effects, indicators, etc. Now here's where it gets interesting. Once your spreadsheet is ready to go, you can take it into a program called Dexterous. It uses a layout and converts all the cells in your spreadsheet into complete game components. Cards, tiles, tokens, you name it. The first time I found this tool, it blew my mind. No more opening Photoshop and editing each card by hand. Just change a single cell in your spreadsheet and it updates the card. But enough hyping it up. From here, you've got a few options.
I've returned.
Use one of many.
No, C for Cretus Beatstorm. It's Latin. I'm just fancy like that. Fair. I'm out. Have a good stream, sir. YouTube Bardley. You also have a great stream. I'm just kidding. You have a great day. See ya, strongest mod. We love you, sir, indeed. Anyway, let's talk color theory then. If we are not fully aware of how it works. All right, Tuna, quick, what's the primary colors? This is a test. You will be graded. Red, blue, yellow, correct. This is technically slightly untrue, but mostly because of a failure of the educational system and not whatever, and not a problem that's not your fault, you know. Okay. Red, blue, yellow. And what are the secondary colors? Does anybody know the secondary colors? Do you see? Green, purple, orange. I'm so smart. I'm so proud of you. We're doing some call and response. Now,
The interesting part is when these colors are combined, right? Red and yellow make orange. Blue and red make purple. I think that's a bad purple as an example. And then, sorry, green or this is like not really a circle, but yeah, blue and yellow make green. Obviously, very simple stuff. A lot of people honestly don't know this, but here's where it gets interesting. So that makes the color wheel. Now, wait, this is a what? Colistation reference? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is that like a... Do I need to look this up? Oh, it's a game. Understood. I see. Old mobile game. Never heard of it. Anyway. One of the biggest things in color theory, there's a lot of stuff to discuss here, but this is the biggest one in my opinion. Is the idea of colors and complementary colors. This is the color wheel, at least as we generally know it. I'll talk about why it's wrong after that, but these rules still apply and you should still follow them when you can. So say you're making a color palette. Do we have like the color wheel as a... Yeah. Here we go. This is the same as this, right? You know, technically it's... Technically they have it rotated like this. Wait, no. On. They have it like this. More or less, right? That's kind of how they have it. Not quite perfectly, but something like this. So the idea of complementary colors is basically a color and the color that provides the most contrast between that color. Because when it has a lot of contrast, it means it is going to be like more visually distinct from the color itself. So some might recognize blue and orange together is my logo. And those colors go well together because they're complementary colors, because they have a lot of difference between them. Now, those are called complementary colors. They're some of my favorite color combos. Blue and orange is by far my favorite, but yeah, they are good because they have most contrast. Now, the nice part about the easy way to remember that is if you take all three colors, you combine two of them. So like say you combine red and yellow, it makes orange. Blue and orange are complementary colors. That makes sense? But yeah, because they're so different, right? They're as different as they can possibly get. They make a good contrast. So complementary colors are the ones across from each other. But yeah, because they have so much contrast, they actually make a good pair. Opposites attract or something like that. I don't know. There are also other kinds of, you know, other types of colors, or like types of color pairings. Like there's split complementary, where it's like you pick something on a a more of a Y shape, right? Or like 3-color complementary, so you'll like pick purple and then yellow, green, orange, or whatever, right? Eventually you get to a point where you're just like picking colors. But the biggest one I think to remember is that colors opposed from each other are going to be some of your best complementary colors, and the ones that are going to perform are going to look really nice together. The only reason this is slightly wrong is because, as you know, or as you may know, printers print in cyan, magenta, and yellow. I want this yellow. Reason being is because the red, blue, yellow is actually not the primary colors, and that these are actually the primary colors. We've been being taught wrong in school the entire time, but it's like a popsicle. Yeah, it kind of looks like a SpongeBob popsicle or something like that. But these are technically the actual primary colors. For most learning purposes, these are fine. These ones are fine here. But these are actually the primary colors. And I find you actually get a lot better complementary colors if you actually follow it. The reason being that these are actually the primary colors is because you can actually make red by combining magenta and yellow. And then yellow and blue obviously are green. And blue and blue and magenta. Why am I blanking on what blue and magenta make? Probably purple, right? Surely. And then orange is like a tertiary color, which is kind of crazy. But this is kind of besides the point. This is just me me standing on my soapbox and telling you that that what you're being taught is wrong. But I do actually think it does help in finding actual complementary colors, because that's why teal and magenta are such cool color combos together, because like let's say I invert this color. Oops, sorry. You kind of get teal instead of magenta. So like a good way to like build a color palette, because complementary colors are proof we don't need to go to school. Yeah, everything's a lie. Yeah, exactly. Don't go to school, kids. But you'll notice if I invert these colors, right? I'm inverting them. I'm not swapping them. I'm just inverting them. They're pretty close to their complement, right? So one of the things you can do, so that's probably one of the primary lessons I would recommend for trying to pick colors, is if you want a really contrasting color, then you should pick a complementary color. Now, maybe you don't always want that. Maybe you want to do some like sort of like a monochromatic color palette where it's just all blues, right? Like you could do teal blue and then like a light blue or something, right? You could just like, this could be your color palette. Or, you know, you could do, I don't know, some colors that look nice together. Now there is also the aspect of color theory. I did an art for later. Ooh, yeah. If you want to send it in, we can talk about it. We're kind of, all the lessons are kind of just being combined into like, I'm kind of talking and lessoning at the same time. I already sent to the channel. You okay? Ooh, it's a T-bow, and by that I mean an atom. Oh god, what the huh? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Copy image. Look at that. Adam. I love it. It's great. Beautiful. Perfecto mundo. What do I want to say? We're talking about color right now, so let's actually invert it for a second. I'm just curious. Okay. I'm trying to out a bit of stylized had sent more in the past. I did see your whole thing about trying to develop your style, which was really cool to see, actually. That was more in my post. Sorry, is what I meant to say. But yeah, I'm trying to think if this relates to our lesson currently. Not really. We'll talk about this in a minute. We'll come back to it, Tebow. I do want to talk about it though. I do like it though. Great work. I love the style. I like the actually, as far as colors though, I really do like the teal and pink, or the blue and pink together, which is, you know, again, that is opposite sides of the color wheel, right? More or less, right? Like teal and red, like, so like blue and red are opposite sides of the color wheel, about, not quite. It's more like blue and orange, right? But next to it's red. And pink is just light red. So, you know, you obviously can like twist it. There's another option, or there's another thing to talk about, and that's going to be cool and dark colors, or cool and warm colors. So on your I did remove it. On your warm side, you have red, orange, and yellow. And on your cool side, you've got, you know, blue, purple, and, well, let's do more of a purple, and green. Green can kind of ride the edge on whether it's a lighter or like a cool or warm color sometimes, but I'm such a gentleman. Looks like a pickup artist. It's fair. If I love blue and pink together, same when Adam is any magic, I like making it pink. It's a good combo together for sure. But yeah, cool and warm colors are also something to consider. Mostly because they are also contrasting, right? So like combining cool and warm colors together is a nice way to get more contrast, which is exactly what he's doing here, right? Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you don't mind that I lurk. You're very welcome to lurk, my friend. Welcome on in. But yeah, you can see how well the contrast this blue and this pink are contrasting each other. I'm actually curious. And you can tell, yeah, even though they are very different, they almost like look like they're both very, very vibrant, yet they are still, if you turn on your grayscale, they're still very distinct from each other. Killing 45 birds today, damn. Murderous rampage. Thunder's killing them chickens. It's time. It's time for the harvest. My baby chickens are done. In multiple senses of the word. Weeks, and now it's time. It is time. Time to cull the chickens. I could never. I would have a hard time with it, but I also like eating chicken, so I can't even say anything, you know? You what? Your own food is different. Speaking of murder, there's also the intrinsic value of colors and what they feel and what you get meaning from, right? Red colors or like warm colors are usually much more aggressive, right? So like red is like there's a lot of psychological stuff that goes on your brain, whether it's been like a trained behavior, like you know, talking like money is green, right? That's something that's like very associated, at least in America. I don't know about everywhere, right? That's like a cultural thing potentially. But there's stuff that's also intrinsically in your brain, like red being blood, and that is usually a sign of danger. This is why these colors are usually picked for YouTube thumbnails, because they're going to draw your attention, versus these, which are much more calming and you know, much more you know, soothing colors, because they're, you know, greenery, grass, the blue sky is more serene colors, right? Money is green. In Canada, it's a rainbow. That's fair. I did grow up on a farm, so I've done these things before. But I'm avoiding it nowadays. That's fair. So there's a lot of different stuff to color theory. There's a lot of better videos than I'm explaining it right now. Honestly, watching a few videos on color theory, probably a great option. Maybe at some point I'll actually structure a class, but this is just kind of me talking about a bunch of stuff. Admittedly, I can already tell I could be doing way better. I'll make a PowerPoint next time. But to be fair, I had like 5 days to do this, and I did not actually have much time. Sorry, let me finish this protein bar. A specific example I need help with after Tebow's. Yeah, Tebow, if you want, that's kind of basically our idea for colors. So like, let's go back to our full example that we were talking about before, right? If we are making this color palette, we said we want teal and dark blue. What's something that we can add to this, right? Honestly, this color palette on its own is fine. We could honestly just add like a, I don't know, a gray, right? We could be like, okay, a gray is good with this color palette. But maybe we want to add like a little bit of liveliness to it. One thing that's easy you can do if you're like, okay, what's the opposite of these colors? You could just invert the colors. You go, maybe it could be a pink, or it could be a yellow. It doesn't have to be these exact colors. In fact, it probably shouldn't be. But yeah, like maybe a nice yellow would actually be a good color with this, right? Maybe like a little more orangey, maybe like this one. Maybe a little even more orangey than that, like kind of like a mustard yellow. Let me send it in stream chat, do it. And that's like a pretty cool color palette, right? So you have like yellows that are gonna work as a highlight. Actually, let me turn it to this too. Yeah, I mean the yellow is still pretty bright. Gray obviously stays the same. You got 4 different values. So your piece should end up being pretty good. This is actually why the color palette challenge is actually a very interesting one. And we probably should do that again. I think that'd be a good lesson to learn from like talking about all this. But yeah. Tebow, are you still here? Do you have any thoughts you want me to talk about on your piece? Yes, sorry. I was doing doodles. How dare you? On my stream? Do you want me to talk about anything on your art piece? Do you want me to give you any advice in particular? I think you did a great job, honestly, with the colors. It's very, very bright, but it's not like, it doesn't hurt your eyes, you know? Mostly the body, to be honest, like hands, feet, face, also sent in stream chat, but the body, I don't know how to do style. I mean, I think you're doing fine. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I looked at the art chat, not the stream chat. Oh, colorful money. Oh, also Tuna had his little pig guy, which I did not do. I apologize, Tuna. I did not even look at that. We'll come back to that. This one, copy image. Okay, how do you do very stylized? Yeah, because you've got cube face, right? So how do you do other faces that are different, right? Is basically the question. Ah, headphones died. Hold the line. Yeah, this guy's very cute. Look at that little guy. Yeah, I didn't do anything with that. That one I didn't send seriously, but there's a bunch of things I'd like to do with the design. I'd be fine with discussing it. We'll put it on the thing here for a sec, but that is very cute. I like him. He looks like a friend. I'm happy discussing any of this stuff, really. I think at the end here, we will talk about shading and stuff, because I think that is probably the thing I am best at. But I do like going over stuff. If you have another thing you want me to look at too, I'm very happy to look at it. We're waiting for Tebow's headphones to work. Talking about eyes, this is the kind I want for my characters, and I'm not sure how great they are for expressiveness. Okay. If I was on stuff and that little dude walked up to me and think of spark up a tube and spoke it with him, that's fair. There you go. Now we know. The heckin', huh? Copy image. The frickin' heckity frick. Copy image. Well, no headphones, so I guess I'll have to struggle to hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. Here, to make it better, I'll turn down my music even more. And then hopefully that will help at least a little bit. Okay. Tebow. So what you're saying, we'll come back to this, Tuna, in a second. I'm assuming these characters are supposed to be in this style. Am I correct in assuming that? Yeah, okay. Like these would be the same universe of characters. So it is interesting. Obviously, like, nom 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 nom. I mean, I think you're doing fine. The bluish purple dude is so cool. Yeah, I like him. He's a friend. Yeah, first of all, I think you're doing fine. Second of all, I think part of it is like considering, so shape language is a big thing, right? So this is actually something I wanted to talk about, so it kind of works out perfectly. So one of the things obviously you have done with Adam is he's got a square head, but most of him is also square. So square head, square body, square arms, square legs, right? Like most of him is square. He's a very square shape language. Usually shape language also has like meaning to it. I would say usually it means that like square is usually like a very strong, sturdy shape. Circle is usually more friendly. Triangular is more aggressive. That's kind of the general idea. But Adam looks pretty friendly here. Colors help. His posture helps. That kind of stuff. Sent another example. Okay. Another example, tiefling that has very style sharp because infernal teeth. Okay. I'll throw that in here. I hate how Discord works sometimes. Copy image. Yeah, it depends on how you want to use this style. If you want most of the characters to look similar, try perspective as well. Yeah, no, you did good. It's a hard perspective to do too. So how do you make this style work? I think for this, you probably can be pretty, it depends on how realistic you want it to be, right? Like obviously the heads can be any shape. It does, like, I think it does look weird. Not weird, but like, what's the right word? I guess weird maybe is the right word. Unnatural, obviously, when a character's head looks like a Dorito, right? Obviously, that is fine when you're doing stylistic stuff. But I think maybe the part of the reason you're feeling weird about it or unhappy with it is because, like, obviously, like, when a character's... The heck? Sorry, give me half a second here. Sorry. That was someone about later plans. Cartoonish more than realism. Yeah, so like I think part of it is like you're thinking of this too realistically, right? Like when they have a neck that comes out of a triangle, right? It kind of feels strange, especially when their like body is like this, right? And like, you know, even you could play with the shape language, right? Like you're like, oh yeah, they're very much more triangular, whatever, right? Maybe more of like an hourglass figure kind of thing, right? So you can play with that. right? But like that kind of looks a little bit like maybe not quite what you're going for. If you're doing cartoonish, I think it's fine if you really play with it. I think you can go even more exaggerated with this kind of thing. Like, if someone is triangular and aggressive, right? I don't know if you do the long neck, right? Like, you could really lean into it and, like, have their body, like, have no neck kind of deal, right? All right, body shape. Yeah, so like honestly, like you could make it, you know, whatever. Like I think getting rid of the neck here already makes it like a lot cooler. Depends on what you're going for, right? But more sneaky evil. Obviously you can, yeah, you could, or like, you know, say you're doing a big character, right? Like a bulky character. Getting rid of the neck can also help there. Right? Big, bulky dude, right? I would play around with the shapes a lot more, right? I think having the neck with Adam makes him look a lot more friendly. But like you can play around a lot with the shapes. I think cartoons really allow you to like really really exaggerate proportions and stuff like that. Yeah, Tiefling would be more like a Malak for critical role, but spy and less good. Yeah, so like you could play around with that. I think doing a triangle and having a neck kind of makes it a little bit weird. But maybe you could even do, maybe you could less of a neck, and maybe even again his neck here very square, right? Very square neck. It's a tube, but whatever, it's a square, right? When you're drawing it. So maybe you could even do like a triangular neck. Right? If you want to be less like hunched. I think you can play around a lot depending on the character. Like you can really lean into how these characters are looking. Like if you want this guy, like I actually like the neck on this guy works. I think on the ones that are pointier, it looks a little bit odd. I don't think that's bad. Like maybe you want a guy who's like crazy, like a little noodle man, you know? That's fine. But I think you have to like, that's okay to be like really exaggerated with that, right? A little noodle man with a noodle neck. You know? He's just a noodle guy. Okay, yeah, I was looking more for one body, but this looks way more fun. Yeah, I mean, you could obviously do like one body, and I think that's one of the things I wanted to do. I don't think I leaned enough into in my my blanket shaman style, my comic. I think I should have leaned into like the crazy proportions. If you want one body style, I think that's okay. But I think you probably should do like let's take like a little bit less of a crazy approach if you want one body style. The thing is when you start going more cartoonish with like a square head like you have, I think it's almost expected that you kind of go crazy with the proportions. But like let's take Adam here for an example. Let's make a triangular version of Adam. Let's just make him less dark. And then we'll do... I have so many layers, and this is so freaking unorganized. It's crazy. So we'll do a triangle. You can mix shape languages to kind of get like a character that looks whatever, but I think the long neck just looks, unless you're going for like a guy who's like very, I don't know what the right word is. Lanky, right? The triangle makes it look really lanky. You also can always flip the triangle, right? Like, depending on what you're going for, this looks kind of like, yeah, like a lanky, sort of weaker character. You always can do the triangle the other way, too, you know? That makes them look a little bit stronger, right? At least a little less top-heavy or whatever. But I honestly think with a character with a triangular head, a little bit less of a neck is maybe the way to go. But let's pretend they have a long neck for now. You also can, like, work on the shape language of the body too, like, again, more triangular, although this might also appear more feminine, so you take it as you will, right? Because it's a little more hourglass, like more angular. It depends on what you want to do with it, right? But I think it could work perfectly fine if that's how you want to do it. I like the idea of you leaning into it, though, right? Obviously, it's your style. You should do what you want. But you can always kind of, like, continue that shape language through the thing to make them look, like, more aggressive, more whatever. But I think, honestly, with a character that's... like, okay, so again, with shape language, like, the reason triangular stuff looks more aggressive is because we're used to, right? Like, things that are aerodynamic are more angular. Things that are, like, knives are sharper, right? Like, things that are triangular are usually more aggressive. That's just, like, sports cars are much more angular than, like, a bus, right? So I think that's why compacting it a little bit, not having the neck as much, makes it feel much more cohesive, because your character is more aerodynamic, right? Or more sharper, because they're not so spread out, right? It feels more correct with the style. But if you want the character to kind of be both, like, maybe a ruder character, or like maybe it's just the way they're shaped, like your tiefling, right? But they're still a softer person, right? Maybe going for this look makes sense. So it kind of really depends on what you're going for. Last thing I'll say before I actually catch up on chat, I'm just kind of trying to get my thoughts out before I get too far. There is, like, a slight separation between Adam and these faces you draw here because they have noses. That's okay if that's, like, you know, intentional, but that is something to keep in mind. This is actually something, like, I struggle with like the little guys a lot, is that like, you can't break the style too much, right? Like, you could add a nose for, you know, a character, or you could, like, Adam might be the exception to the rule, right? Like, he doesn't have a nose, and maybe other characters do, right? But in that same vein, you can actually change, like, maybe one character has eyeballs, right? Maybe he's got big old eyes, you know? Now he looks like an Adventure Time character. But you can do that. So keep in mind that you can actually break the style. Let me catch up. Anonymous, yo! Sorry, very far behind. Damn, those trapezoids must work out hella. True ostrich guy. Yes. Yes. Good morning, Anonymous. How are you this morning? Or close to afternoon in my zone. Could also take inspiration from Has Been Hotel. Yeah, honestly, taking inspiration from a bunch of different things is a great way to do it. Could open up the bottom of the triangle like Phineas and Ferb. That's also an option, right? It doesn't have to be a full triangle. You could do... Where's my yellow color here? I mean, this is an option, right? It doesn't have to be a full triangle. I mean, that's still like a trapezoid, right? But you could do like that. I think that does make it look a little bit more cohesive with your style. Or yeah, you could even just remove the neck part, potentially. Just try out the bottom of that. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I want noses mostly, but Adam doesn't have a nose. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's fine to break the style for certain characters, even if that is your main character and Adam's just different. I have to separate him more with floating head and stuff. Yeah. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I don't know if that's actually helpful. Hopefully that was useful in some sort of fashion. But yeah, I think you can lean into it more if you want. Again, obviously, if you're looking for a style kind of like I'm doing with what's it called? Armies, right? Like I just have one body type, more or less. I mean, obviously there's shapes within that, but it's relatively similar. One thing I actually would recommend is go crazy, lean into it, and then go back a bit, right? We're like, okay, this is cool. It's too much. Let's draw two drawings, right? Go like this. Go like, okay. You have Adam, right? That's your first drawing. And then your second drawing is something crazy. You do, your crazy triangle character. Actually, let's just turn this back on. Your second character is this one, right? You drew Adam, you drew this one. How do I delete things? Drew Adam, drew that one, and then go in between and be like, okay, what's the in between part here? How do I, like, maybe I'll push the head up a little bit, and maybe I'll give them like a little bit of a neck, which is maybe this one, right? Maybe that's the in between. But like, yeah, try to overcompensate. Start with something crazy, go really dramatic, and then pull it back a bit to get something that you actually want. That's what I'd recommend. Try it out, but I'm struggling with sound. Oh, like hearing me, or what do you mean? Actually, someone who is already close. Haven't a poll, Google him. I think you may already know of his videos. Oh. I don't know if I know this person. Maybe I've seen some of their stuff before. Looks cool though. I like it. It's a cute style. Some of these thumbnails are wild. It's a recap video. Gotcha. But yeah, I would say start by not being afraid of going too far, and then pull it back a bit. Usually that's a good way to go. Maybe the toothless dancing. Ah, okay. That's a good one. It's a classic. Now I can hear you, but vacation means lots of sound, so I'm listening to the phone against my ear, typing in one hand. But classic. But yeah, that's my thought. Hopefully that's helpful. Worst case, watch this back later. All right, Tuna. You wanted to talk about these eyeballs, huh? This is great, thanks. Okay, good. Glad I could help. Yeah, I thought it'd be nice. Like, I feel like I could have done more in the sense of like a structured lesson, but I feel like it's nice to just have dedicated time to just talk about what's it called? Just have like time dedicated to this so you don't feel bad about interrupting me. You know, like a lot of time, like I'm working on something and it might feel bad to be like, hey, can we actually look at my art for a second? So anyway, I'll put the music back up a little bit. No, we're done with that part. I like it. Okay, so this is the eye is weird for expressions on a character. Kind of feels lifeless, right? So I don't necessarily think so. There are plenty of characters with sort of like, is this every character would have this kind of eye, or is this a specific character that would have this eye? Because I don't think expression isn't through the like eye color itself. It's more through the only one character. I think that's probably fine. I mean, I think there's plenty of characters with eyes like this. I mean, think of like first example. It's kind of looks like a blind eye, honestly. Like think of like, I don't know, Toph from Avatar, right? Her eyes are kind of like this. And she's probably one of the most expressive characters in the show, right? Expression isn't just the eye itself. Expression is mostly the you can limit your expression with the style, yes, but there's a lot of things you can do that help. That's true, but I need expressiveness in the eye itself. I don't believe you do. Well, the eye color isn't what really changes expressiveness. You also can like change your style mid, like depending on how cartoonish it is, right? Like you can have the eye change if it's like it doesn't always have to be on character necessarily. I think you're overthinking it, probably. If you want this character to look, I can't do pixel art here, but let's do like, let's actually just use my eyes for example, right? The eyes I do for my cartoon characters. These are the eyes, right? I mean, usually let's actually do them in black. A lot of time I do like little bubbles, little shines in the eyes. These parts are dark. This is like quintessential blanket shaman characters. Now my characters don't have eyebrows. That's a huge factor. How about I ask you this? How would I make an expression with these eyeballs? How do I make an angry face with these? I'm testing you again. You cut them off, more or less, yeah. So I'm acing these. You've got it. So a lot of time, like, I'll actually have the eye shine almost act as the, like, where they're looking, but, or maybe they don't even have an eye shine when they're angry, right? So you can alter the style depending on it, but, like, maybe I have a little bit of shine. Although that sometimes makes it look like they're looking in a direction. So yeah, maybe I have to do it like they're looking in a direction. Something like that. Right? So I think the same is true with your eye, right? The expression isn't... What's the little dot in our eye called? The pupil? Like the part you see out of? Yeah, you don't have a pupil in your eye. Yes, technically you're limiting yourself with not having a pupil, so your pupil can't be larger or bigger, right? So it's harder to show maybe horror or like excitement or something like that. But I think the pupil is probably one of the least necessary things for expression. When did I say my headphones died? Like, how long has it been? It's saying 90% now. It hasn't been that long, probably like 15, 20 minutes. Headphones these days are freaking great at charging. Yeah, I think, honestly, Tuna, I think you're worried about it for too much, because honestly, changing the expression of this eye isn't about changing the pupils necessarily. Let's take my example and let's change it a bit, because I think it's actually probably confusing you more. Let's ignore the pupils themselves, like these little eye shines. Let's ignore those. This eye has no pupils at all. Can you tell what's what? Right? Can you tell which one's angry? Point to which one that's angry. Do you see the angry one? Do you know which one's angry? The left, that's good. Okay, which one's sad now? Actually, ignore the face. Stream pause, perfect timing. The middle, on the inside. Right, so like, it's honestly mostly the brow that adds expression to the eye. So you want to make this eye look sad or angry or whatever. Let's pretend you're wanting to make this eye sad. Again, this isn't pixel art. I apologize. I don't think I have a way to do it. I probably do, but you want to make this eye look angry. Right? Like, it's mostly how the eye is obscured by the brow or your eyelids. Anyway, we're gonna come back to that in a second. Be back in 3 minutes. Another hour of ad-free viewing. Be right back.
Ever wanted to make a board game, but
You've
felt
already seen part of this.
completely overwhelmed by how much work it takes?
Sorry, I love the
designing
new laying
every
on the floor.
card,
It's
every
too good.
rule, every little piece, only to realize it
doesn't work and you have to go back and redo it all from scratch, etc. Now here's where it gets interesting. Once your spreadsheet is ready to go, you can take it into a program called Dexterous. It uses a layout and converts all the cells in your spreadsheet into complete game components: cards, tiles, tokens, you name it. The first time I found this tool, it blew my mind. No more opening Photoshop and editing each card by hand. Just change a single cell in your spreadsheet and it updates the card. But enough hyping it up. From here, you've got a few options. Use one of many built-in layouts, customize an existing one, or make your own from scratch if you're feeling fancy. Once you have your layout that fits your game, you import your spreadsheet and Dexterous does the rest. All your cards generated in one go. Honestly, they explain this way better on their website, but this program really does make making games quickly a breeze. Without it, I don't think it would have been possible to make a game in 24 hours. But we're not done yet. Dexterous also lets you export components directly to platforms like Tabletop Simulator or ScreenTop.gg. And of course, it can also export them to printable formats as well. Now I get it, printing your game and holding it in your hands is tempting, but I would urge you to stay digital as long as possible to maximize your time and rapidly develop your game. Why? Because exporting from Dexterous to Tabletop Simulator just takes a few minutes, and there's no need to spend hours printing and cutting out every single card after every tweak. By keeping things digital, you can iterate fast, testing new ideas instantly, and spending your time actually improving the game. And of course, all this leads to one of the most important steps: playtesting. Having your game on Tabletop Simulator can help with this as well. You can test it with your friends or complete strangers from one of many Discord servers dedicated to board games. A few good ones include Tabletop Simulator's official Discord, Break My Game, HTCG, Tabletop Craft, Dexterous's Discord server, and what's this? My very own Discord server where you can test your games and play mine as well? Wow, wild. You should definitely join that one. Jokes aside, getting playtests might feel intimidating at first, but I promise you it's easier than you think. Or heck, if you really can't find anyone, play it yourself. In fact, I recommend this. Solo playtesting for your first few playtests generally helps find a lot of the glaring issues without having to get another player involved. While you playtest, take detailed notes. Track what worked, what didn't, what felt clunky, what confused people, what part of the game had typos. All that information comes incredibly handy when it comes to actually revising the game. Speaking of revisions, thankfully, with Dexterous, this part is actually extremely simple. Go into your spreadsheet and tweak what needs fixing based on the notes you took, and playtest again. It's really that simple. Up next is art. Now this can be done really at any point in the process, but a lot of people will tell you to save the art for the end because the mechanics are more important. And while there's some truth to that, if working on the visuals is what keeps you excited about your game, then work on the art. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you have the follow through to finish your project. Plus,
Kitten, get out of my food. No. How do you do like stuff like surprise shock that relies on the pupil? Well, you have a few things. Let's talk about my style again. How would I do surprise? Now, it's actually very difficult in my style, right? Because I don't have a pupil. Technically, I could... One of the things is it's okay to break your style. Anime does this all the time. Any animation really usually has the habit of doing this. One is I pulled the Tebow face, right? Do the Adam eyes, right? Or now they're just completely whatever. You might have eyebrows in your character. You actually have more options than I do, right? I could do something like this. Horrified, right? But you, in theory, depending on your art, if it looks, similar to the character you're working on before, you have other options that I don't, which is you can have more of the white of the eye showing, right? You can do basically this, right?
the eye opens more. So in your eyeball example here, let me copy the image again because I accidentally drew over it. In this example, you can, the eye opens, right? You go, ah, right? You can, and this is just the eye part. Thunder said eyebrows, which is a great point. But you can make the eye bigger physically. Again, this looks bad because it's... because it's not pixel art, but I think you're going to understand the point. Come on. Right? The eye itself can be bigger. Right? You could even shrink the entire eyeball. That's a very anime thing to do, especially because, like, some characters have very beady eyes, or some of the characters have very big eyes. You could actually just shrink the entire pupil itself as well. Right, yeah, so the eye opens more. I mean, think of your normal eye, right? When you're surprised. Look at, honestly, when in doubt, look at a mirror. You're very surprised. Ah, right? My eye's opening a lot. Of course, if you have eyebrows, you can use eyebrows as well. You know? Like if I were to do a surprised character in my style, sometimes my characters gain or lose eyebrows if necessary for the sake of expression. If a character is really surprised, oh, right? But there's basically a few key components to expression in general. Eyes are one, so you have your eyes. You got your mouth. You got your eyebrows. You're honestly like your brow in general. So that kind of breaks down to like your brow as well. And eyes also, eye shape is probably the biggest one. But you also can do things like your nose is surprisingly expressive. It can be. It's mostly the nose is, I mean, it's mostly for anger when you're like furrowing your brow and your nose, like you're, you know, surprised, like when you're surprised, your nose could get like a little bit longer, you know, that kind of thing. Nose is probably the least valuable of expressions, but it is still helpful when you're doing more realistic stuff. In pixel art, I'd imagine your nose isn't helping you too much. But yeah, I think don't be too afraid to break realism with pixel art, especially, or any sort of animated look. But I don't think you necessarily have to. So I think that's probably makes sense. Do you have any other questions about that? But in conclusion, mostly eye shape is the thing you need to worry about most. And then you can use your facial expression and eye and eyebrows to kind of add on top of that. Because you can do some really interesting things with just the eye shape. I don't know what layer's what anymore. And then you can use that in conjunction with other stuff, right? So like, right now, yeah, this is neutral, angry, and sad, but you can, like, normally you'd think, okay, this is angry, right? You add smile, suddenly this is mischievous, right? You add eyebrows, you know, maybe you're getting a different look. Who knows what expression that is, but it's something. Now all of a sudden from this goes from sad to like kind of like a I don't know. I can't think of the right word. Melancholy, you know? Who knows what that is? But it is good expressions, right? Like you can do a lot with this. With brows. So the eye shape, that's like, oh my god, that just happened, what the? That's that expression. No, this is very helpful. So this reflective type of eye doesn't actually restrict me that much. No, if at all. Ever so slightly. I would say pupil plays a very, very small role in expression. As far as eye goes, pupil probably plays like, you know, one of the least. Y'all, this is an art class. They won't make or mark it against your grad mark. Bend the rules. Bend the rules. True. All right, what else we got? My rest of my day freed up, so I can keep going with this lesson or this stuff. Do you want me to look at your little piggy guy? Or do we keep pushing forward and talk about shading? Yes, okay. My layers are atrocious here. I have a lot to talk about there, but that's fine. Your values are much better on this one. So the ears and nose were last minute addition. Okay. I don't know if I actually like them. I like them a lot, but I think they're as far as like character choice, right? But I do think that there are some slight issues with placement. Chirpy, yo, what's up, dude? How you doing? Welcome on in. We're doing art class. We're looking at people's art. If you want to share anything or have any critiques or anything, I'd be happy to look at them. Kind of just been going over a bunch of stuff and trying to teach my knowledge what I can, at least. It's not very structured. It's kind of just just a bunch of talking, but if you want to participate, you can feel free. Otherwise, thank you for being here. Another thing, you know, Timber from Pokemon. Oh, I probably will know when I see Timber. Yes. The beaver Pokemon. Doomwell just realized just released a new trailer. Heck yeah. Devlog and major demo updates. So I'm just grinding out emails right now. Heck yeah. Nice, nice. How's it going there? It's going good. Yeah, we're just doing an art thing for today. Probably getting back on the game on Tuesday. But yeah, if you want to share your trailer or whatever, I'd be happy to look at it on stream. Show it off to the peeps. I'll have to check out your devlog as well. I really need to get back on my YouTube grind. I've been trying some of my it's just been tough. So veins and tubes it has over its shoulder. I want around his neck on this guy. That makes sense. Hold on. Let me let's take a look at Chirpy's thing real quick and then we'll if you're not aware, Chirpy's working on a game called Shroud of Gloom. It is a point and click adventure game. Horror adventure game? Puzzle game? Kind of all those. I'm aware, and it's hype. Heck yeah. Let's do, nope, wrong one. Hold on. Let's just do my gaming display. I feel like that's gonna be best. All right. Hold on. Let me pause music. Turn on this. Hopefully the volume is going to be good. Actually, can I do... Nah, this will be good enough. See how it goes.
My name is James Sullivan, and I'm writing because I fear something may have happened to my brother, Edmund. I called him several times, but I haven't been able to reach him. Concerned, I went to visit him 2 days ago, but his manners...
You can't see. Oh, God. Okay, let's just do this one. This is fine. I'm like, I hear it.
My name is James Sullivan, and
go.
I'm
Start
writing
over.
because I fear something may have happened to my brother, Edmund. I called him several times, but I haven't been able to reach him. Concerned, I went to visit him 2 days ago,
You get Liam
but his
Neeson for this
manner
crap.
seems abandoned. The police department have refused to investigate without more evidence. I'm convinced something's wrong. Please, I need your help.
Yeah, I really do love the monochromatic, but with just the red popping out. It's such a cool style. Hit my brother Edmund. Yo, what's up, Edmund? Edmund Thunder. What are we?
Edmund.
No,
Get
Yo,
out of
what's
here.
up, Edmund? Now we're just watching us on stream. All right. Anyway, that's chirpy stuff. It's pretty sick. I do say, if I do say so myself, which I do. I do say, good heavens. Why is my music not playing? It is playing. Oh, I turned down my volume. Never mind, I'm dumb. You have a wait, did I miss it? Do you have a release date yet, or do you have a idea of when it's gonna come out? We beat the game. We found him. Oh no, you just made me lose the game. Ah, crap. End of the year? Me too. I'm hoping to have my game done by the end of the year. Maybe we should do a swap. We both play each other's games. Yeah, cool stuff, dude. Love it. Okay, ears and nose you're unsure of, for sure. Yeah. It'd be pretty cool. I think, again, I don't have a pixel art program here, so it's, you know, here we are. I think, honestly, the nose probably should be moved over one. I understand why you have it the way you have it. But right now, the nose feels like it's facing forward, and the... Let me do this again. Can I just paste this? Yeah. So right now, the nose looks like it's pointing toward us, even though his head is looking... Let's do blue. His head looks like it's looking like this, right? Kind of in this direction. But if the nose is pointed this way, it's kind of confusing as to which way he's looking. So I think doing that kind of makes him look like he's looking at a 3/4 angle, and rather than... It's crazy how much like 1 pixel can make the difference there, but I think that's step one. I understand why you did it, because like I feel like the separation between the scar and the or whatever that is, and the nose does help, but your colors are actually pretty good, like distinctly different. So the highlight on the nose actually does keep the scar and the nose from being too similar. You could even potentially change the value of the nose a little bit. Again, your scar and your nose are the same value, even though they're different colors. So you potentially could just make this like maybe a smidge darker. Stop it. And then you break that, and maybe that's a little too much, but maybe like that. And I don't really like that. Maybe even lighter, actually. Maybe lighter is the option. Let's go a little lighter instead. That doesn't help. It's probably because I went darker, not lighter. On. I don't know. I don't know exactly the answer there, but just having separation there is fine, right? Yeah, I'd say that's decent. Look above and below this Beets. Sure, let me know. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, sorry. Okay. So the veins, the tubes, yeah. It's not... This is not me seeking advice on specific art, but more for the general design. Nose and ears are cute, but it went from alien to different colored piglin. I think the piglin's kind of cool though. Like I kind of like it. I think the other problem though. Sorry, I guess I'm giving you advice on something you didn't ask for, but this is me helping break down anyway. I think part of the problem is the head shape here gets weird, right? Because in theory, the head's a circle, right? I'll talk about the tubes in a second. In theory, maybe I need a different color, like orange. In theory, this is the head shape. Like it's a circle. But the ears are kind of invading on the head shape, so it kind of like instead ends up looking like the head shape is, you know, kind of pear-shaped, which is actually not necessarily a problem. I guess that's kind of how a pig's head looks, right? Their like lower jaw is bigger. And their ears kind of come off of it. But I think you could add some more dimensionality to that by moving the ears. You feel a little cramped in your space here. I think you could move the ears farther off the head to add some dimension to it. I think that might make you happier with how they look. Right, like move them a pixel over. And then this one just like... just allow it to be further, you know? It's not quite right, but maybe just come down here too. That's part of it. It's gonna be a pig now. I like him. He's cute. Anyway, you wanted to do the vein part. I don't think that's too difficult necessarily. Like you said on the neck, right? Take him, I don't want him. Why? He's cute. I likes him. Okay, we'll go back to where you were. You wanted... Well, I think the biggest thing you can take away from this character, from Timber, right? Copy image. What the frickin' heck? There we go. So why do these... Is the scar sort of on his face supposed to look like this stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, sort of. Okay. Just veins. First thing, if you want to take a lesson from this character, they are coming off his face more. So literally make these three-dimensional. I would say. Maybe even sorry. Maybe even it's the wrong color. Let's just do darker. Like have them protrude. Is probably part of it. I don't know how this translates to pixel art necessarily, but like, because I am not a pixel artist. But make them dimensional, you know? That's obviously, this looks worse because I'm just trying to draw it as a... But like, if you look at your reference, right? If you look at, if you look at your character here, or the Pokemon, right? Like, this isn't... This goes for like any sort of lines you ever draw, is when you have a detail, it's great to make them on a separate plane. Like this goes... It's not just the head and you don't see like the detail like this, right? There's no dimensionality to that. If you're adding detail, you go, okay, there's a little bit of a bump there, right? That's a much more, I mean, honestly, even if we, oh, let's do it this way. Look at this. versus, and this is basically what you have, but not quite, right? Ignoring the character completely, what's a more interesting shape here? Is it this one or is it the other one, right? Yeah. This is like honestly the quintessential example for clothing. You'll see me do this a lot in with my characters, right? Like for armies. Characters wearing a belt. Is this more interesting? Maybe that's a little too much, but... Or is that more interesting? Of course, this could also have that same effect, too. The buckle should be coming out more. Why did I draw the buckle that way? What am I doing? You know? So add that 3-dimensionality to it. Just to add dimensionality, there needs to be conflicting with the outline. Would you put it like that? I would say that the dimension out, it's not conflicting. Don't think of the outline as an outline. Think of the head as a shape. For example, the veins could cover the eye a bit and show it bulging out. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. I mean, that's definitely an option. But think of the veins not as lines that are drawn on the head, but as a 3-dimensional tube that are going across the head. Right? The veins are tubes. They're not lines. Never think, honestly, if I can teach you one thing, never think of anything as a line. As much as you can, right? Obviously, at a certain point, it's like, okay, this is a line. But don't go, yeah, a belt is just a line going across a body. No, it's a strap that goes around a elongated rectangle that's wrapped around this cylinder. Or in this case, veins are a cylindrical tube wrapped around a sphere. Now, they might be pretty subtle. You don't even need to have them bulging out that much. But that's kind of what you're going for, right? Like this gives it dimensionality. Now, however you have to think about it, if that's the way you think about it, like the way you said, then that's fine. But really what you're doing is like, not a strict X. This is just an example, right? This is just me explaining how it works. Just lurking while working. Heck yeah, dude. It's a good way to be. The old work and lurk. But thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. That makes sense? Like this is the idea. Is that this intersection of lines. Because this looks like a potato with 2 rubber bands on it. But if that's how you have to think about this, then that's the way you should do it. If you do want it to look more like veins, I would say, you butchering chickens too. Veins are much like lightning in that they branch out and do a bunch of stuff. I don't know if you want to go that detailed, but you could also do some tactical tactical veining here. Potentially. I have a feeling with this resolution, you probably want to stick with what you got. But you could do something if you wanted to make it look more like veins. I have a feeling I'm kind of messing it up because I'm playing with a resolution that I can afford to play with. But the idea is that I make a bunch of guys like this and they all have different patterns. That's cute. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, just add 3-dimensionality to it, I would say, if you're wanting it to look more like timber here. Don't assume a detail you put on a character is a 2-dimensional like sheet on them. You know? Think of it as like a 3-dimensional thing. But I can't keep the nose and ears. Well, that's up to you. I think he's kind of cute, but you do you, friend. I think you can keep one of the two, though. Honestly, the pig nose is probably the thing that makes it look the most like a pig, though. Like, you just get rid of the nose. And hold on, let's just do this. Like, you just get rid of the nose. It's instantly something else. Do you have any ideas for the nose? I'm like such a proponent of just not having noses on characters. I'm not a fan of noses usually. I mean, it could just be 2 dots. Could give him a big old schnoz. Yeah, you could go the Voldemort and just give him like 2 little dots. You could do, I mean, if it's an alien though, like, I don't know. Do the pig nose because it's cute, but not what was needed. Yeah. Nothing else really worked. I mean, you could back this up and think a tree trunk? Hello? Honestly, I would consider just what are these aliens and do they even have the ability to smell? Give them gills, I don't know. Like for that matter, right? Tree trunk nose might be worth trying. That's kind of why I was doing this little lines, yeah. AKA an elephant trunk. That was kind of a thought there, but if too far, it kind of gets in on the mouth, unless that's just like. Kind of looks like dual wielded this little guy, Gimbo. So little guys that can roid themselves up. Yeah. Well, you Gimbo, come on. Sad he doesn't pop up. Oh, he does. There we go. Yeah, Gimbo. There you go. Any dual-wielded fans? The fish dating guy. Anyway, that's that. The alien designs are hard because everything I do looks like it could be on an Earth creature. I mean, that's kind of just like most aliens look humanoid. Look at sea creatures, maybe for inspiration, like deep sea creatures. That can always help. Dual wielded, sad. I know, right? Where'd he go? It's like he has a job or something. Can't work as often. Can you help me out with the thing? I don't know what I'm doing right now. Yes, please. Send me more things. Oh, you already did. I will never be dateable. Yeah, can't date a fish anymore. All right, Tebow. I think you're doing fine. This guy, I assume. You have multiple steps in your process here. Clothes are hard. They are. I think you're doing fine. I'm gonna assume that's him, to have a kind of tight or tailored clothes with a black overcoat and Golorod lining later. What's dark clothing? Sketching felt good, but line art seems rough. Don't I know that feeling? Join the club. I've been there for too long. I was technically supposed to go on a date after after stream today, but that is not happening anymore. It's fine. I don't really care. Okay, what do you think feels... What makes you feel like it feels wrong? Like you said, what in the final art makes it feel went from stylized into more realism? I don't know, and I don't want that. Okay. Misogyny. Who's being misogynistic? That's funny. It went from stylized into more, or yeah, I like the more exaggerated triangles or sharper corners. Not sure, okay. Aside from the chicken murdering, you sound like a chick magnet, buddy. A literal chick magnet. Because of the chickens. Anyway, okay, let me look at this for a second. So you're worried about the clothing, you're worried about the stylisticness. What vibe are you going for this character? First yellow shows more like shapes. Yeah, I guess let's go to that one too. He seems, I guess, before clothes. Yeah. He's naked. Ah, don't look. He's not wearing anything. Everybody close your eyes. This is a PG stream. That's a PG-13. Well, hold on. This is your evolution. Fiend, warlock, spy, lawful evil, but not maniacal villain. Okay. Clothes are always gonna somewhat like hide the form underneath. To be fair, I don't think you necessarily lose that as you go forward. But I guess maybe a little bit. You do a bit. Like you lose. I mean, some of that could just even be like how you stylize the clothes. Because like you might like this here, right? Like how the shoulders do that. So like add the seam of the, like, you know, the seam of the sleeves. You could add that back in. That gets you kind of more your triangular look, right? Potentially. That's an option, at least. I should probably do another layer on top of all this. Let me think this through. Okay, so the issues you have are you're worried about the style. S-T-Y-L-E, style. The clothes. Sent reference-ish, okay. Okay. Good old, what's his name? Radio Demon. I'm blanking on his name. That kind of coat. I think part of this is... I do like it. I like. So let me start by saying this. I like the style here. I think it's cool. I think you've got. I think you're going in the right direction. I like the vibe. Yeah, the vibe's good. We're vibing here for sure. I think part of your problem with the clothes is probably it doesn't feel like there's enough like weight to it. Potentially. I also can see... Sorry, I'm trying to like to process what I think here. But the proportions are icky. The proportions are definitely not quite right. I think, but it's also stylized, right? So it kind of depends on what you're doing. One thing that like is usually important is if your character is standing, their hands should be right at your hips. You do this yourself too, like stand up, put your hands right here, right? And your fingertips should be touching like just below your hips, kind of right on your thighs. His arms, I think, probably don't they probably come down a little too far if they were to be extended. And then I think his legs are a little bit short. But I think that could potentially be okay, depending on what you're going for. You could probably extend his legs. Let me actually just put all these in one layer. Just to make my life easier. I think he could be a smidge taller. Like maybe there. The sort of tall, lanky look, I mean, if you're going for like that sort of, why can't I think of his name? Alistair? Is that his name? Radio Demon guy? Oh, Alistair, yeah. Grot, thank you. That could help a bit, just making his legs a smidge longer. Just as far as looks go, right? Like proportions. Otherwise, I think everything's relatively good. I think your shape language is fine, triangularly. Start watching that show. It kind of is cool, but anyway, drawing less than time now. Yeah. You got some weirdness with some shapes here, like for coat. Like you said, you wanted his coat to look tight clothes underneath, sort of more like bulky coat on top, right? I think is kind of what we're going for. Part of it is his coat has no dimensionality to it, right? So like giving it a little bit, let me go as thin line art as you have. Like giving it a little bit here. I mean, it depends on how simple you're trying to make this, right? Like how, but like adding a little bit of thickness there. Maybe not exactly like that, but push-ups, sit-ups, huh? And I think even looking at this coat you're talking about, right? Like it's got like parts folded out like this, right? It's got a collar kind of deal. So like honestly, maybe it's just partly detailing for this to make the coat look a little bit more detailed. You also have like God, what's the word for it? Is it Terminator? No. What's it called? It's where lines intersect and they shouldn't. No, Terminator is something different. This is a, why do I always forget what it's called? Let me do push-ups and I'll think about it. Someone look it up for me, where you're supposed to have intersectional lines that there's too many of them. Tangents, thank you. So essentially right now, you have more or less 4 lines going like this, right? First example I see is very clear. Yeah. So honestly, the way to break this up, have his jacket like this, right? Someone I found in stream chat, yeah. Yep, this is the exact guy I was thinking of. Right, so that will help as well. Plus, yeah, potentially just adding dimensionality to everything. Like, this is a thick coat, right? So, like, why not have... Depends on how simple you want to go with it, right? You might want to have this style be simple for a reason. But you could add an extra line to imply thickness of the coat. Right? So if that's like your worry about clothing detail, that might be an option. If you're trying to keep it simple, maybe not, but of course I'm drawing on the layer. Gosh dang it. Other thoughts, because you it's kind of like a Detective Sherlock coat, more fancy, yeah. As to your question about less, like more stylistic, I mean, I think you could use the details. Thinner wrist. I mean, not this. I mean, his wrist is like invisible here, right? You could honestly even do the opposite and do, you know, a poofed out wrist. Waist, not wrist. True. Sorry, I can't read. Oh, I know, you get, never mind, whatever. Yeah, you could go for that. Sorry, let me pay attention to the ads here. I guess you could lean more into the angle. If you really wanted to, you could go crazy with it. It's not quite right, but the other thing is when you're adding, like, so here you're just drawing the clothing right onto his skeleton, right? Yui, hello, Yui. You could potentially try to make sure you're adding dimensionality when you add stuff on here, right? Because right now his body and clothes are on the same layer. So like add some thickness to it. Like his neck. This is exactly what I was talking about with tuna. Right now you have this. God damn it. On the wrong thing. Right now you have this. But what's a more interesting shape? That? Or that, right? His neck is, his clothes are like painted to his neck currently. So adding a little bit of dimensionality might help you there a bit with the clothing. It's almost skin tight. Look at Discord art channel. Oh, you made art, yes. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of art class, talking about art. If you want to do it that way, you could even have the, like, I might even do like kind of like an elastic collar kind of look, but you could still actually, here, let's look at let's let's just do this. We're in an ad. Okay, sorry. Let me take a break for a minute, just so we're not in ads when we're doing this. I'll be back in just a sec. Ever wanted to make a board game but felt completely overwhelmed by how much work it takes designing every card, every rule? Recently, I was challenged by Blackthorn Prod to make a board game in just 24 hours. If you've already seen that video, consider this the extended cut of my section. If you haven't and you're unfamiliar with them, Blackthorn Prod is a YouTube channel known for challenging developers to make games. This video was part of their engine battle series, where each dev used their preferred game engine to build a game. Of course, I'm a board game developer, so I don't really have an engine, but they wanted to mix things up and invited me to join in. This was extra exciting for me because it was the first time they actually invited someone to do a board game for one of their videos. For this challenge, me and the other devs had to make a survival horror game in an hour and a totally separate game in 24 hours. In this video, I'm going to focus on the 24-hour game because there's a lot more to talk about. If you're curious about the whole story though, I'd recommend you check out the full BTP video. But here's the quick version. For the 1 hour game, I made a battleship-inspired board game where one player, as a monster, constantly chased and hunted the other player. I leaned more into the horror aspect, emphasizing the tension of escaping the monster and the uncertainty of not knowing where the other player was. For the 24-hour game though, I wanted to hone in on the survival aspect instead. Because trying to survive a monster attack is all well and good, but a true survival game, everything is trying to kill you. Not having played a whole lot of horror games, I was limited from what I could pull from for inspiration, so when trying to decide on a vibe, Hunt Showdown kept coming to mind. It had two key aspects I like, the PvPvE aspect and its aesthetic. I wanted to make a card game this time around, and the cowboy horror theme lent itself to a few mechanics I wanted to use. So to start, I compiled all my ideas into a spreadsheet, with each card element organized into its own column. From there, I populated these fields. I added weapons like the coach gun, 6-shooter, and throwing knife. These would be used for battling creatures. Added tools like a lantern, dice, a bedroll. These are versatile cards generally used to assist players. And finally, rations, because what's a survival game if you're not starving to death? Then there were events. These cards were the main challenges of the game. Creatures exist solely to kill you, shops allowed you to trade resources, and incidents throw unique situations at the player, often leading to them screwing each other over. Once these cards were designed in sheets, I imported them into Dexterous, which converted the data into actual cards. This program was a real lifesaver, and honestly, this challenge would have been nearly impossible without it. Basically, every heading on the spreadsheet was assigned to a zone on a card template. These zones are automatically filled with the corresponding information from each cell, generating the cards. From there, they could be ported into Tabletop Simulator, ScreenTop.gg, or a printed format. I also had time to draw art, which you've been seeing throughout the video. I went with a simple wanted poster aesthetic because it was easy and it fit the theme nicely. And for some reason, I decided to painstakingly draw wood grain for this game board with the limited time I had. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, if you're enjoying the video so far, please consider subscribing. Because if you don't, I won't give Luna any more treats. Kitten. That's right, I'm blackmailing you. Anyway, with all that done. Okay, Tebow. You said skin tight. So one of the things though is like skin and flesh, whatever, is still malleable, right? So one option there is that you do you can add dimensionality. Like if we look at I don't know, I'm trying to think of like elastic against skin, you still have like, I mean, even looking at a collar here, right? Like the collar usually has some sort of like fold on it, right? So like the collar itself usually has a little dimensionality because of like the way it's sewn. You have like a little bit there. And then even if the skin is whatever, it can actually be pinched a bit. So you kind of have a little bit of curve to it. There's some people that are really good at this. A great reference is like a lot of anime ladies and their thigh highs. I feel like that might be too whatever to put on stream, but Yeah, definitely can't put that on stream, but look it up. You'll see. You'll understand. So it's also inspiration, but art style is too hard for me. That's fair. It's a good example though, because even his coat has like some dimensionality though, right? So if you're looking at this dude. Let's look at his clothing and not his like the art style itself. Right? He's a hottie. Are you talking about your own guy? Oh yeah, you're talking about, never mind. Sorry. One thing you can do, like even like, so this is like a weird jacket, so it's got the arms underneath the shoulder pads, right? So you could even take like inspiration from that, have the shoulder pad come out farther. But actually this should even be like above here, right? So the arm is, you still have all the lines here. Right, that adds some dimensionality to it. I'm like exaggerating a little bit here. Maybe this isn't quite what you do, but the Hodl Runner Bean. What up, dude? Does he have a collar on his thing? He's got it's a different sort of collar. It's not like a popped collar, right? But even, it's still kind of one-dimensional almost, but I cannot hear you, I'm afraid, but I have my eardrum, got my eardrums bongoed. We'll just do this. Principal is here, dear Lord. Everybody run. Adding dimensionality to the, like you could add the like a lapel, right? Lapels can always add a little bit of something, right? And that actually helps add to your shape language a bit. Like if you're going really angular, adding lapels like that does help. Plus, honestly, adding the line here on the shoulder also really really helps with that, this shape you're looking for, right? Like that shape is what you feel like you lost, so adding that into your line art can actually help. Yeah, I don't think you'd see that from this angle. For anyone just joining us, we are looking at T-Bow's art right now. I can't draw lines to save my life here. It's okay. You know, do gotta go for dinner any second now, but I'll try to find a better reference. I think I don't know if it's I mean, here's my biggest advice, and it's advice that I gave Tuna as well. Just try to think of anything that you're drawing as a 3-dimensional object and not a 2-dimensional one. Just like do I have the example anywhere here? Where did I put it? Let's hide this for a second. Yeah, here. When you're drawing a belt, don't draw it pasted onto a character. Draw it as a three-dimensional object around the character. Okay, okay. Check stream chat before I go. Okay, I will. I'm going. Going. Like one of these. Okay. Like a, yeah. That could be a matter of, like, maybe part of it is, like, you want more going on with this itself, right? Like, you could do even have this be more pointed, right? Add more angularness here, right? That could be an option. And again, yeah, this does have lapels, the coat that you showed. And then, yeah, do this instead, where you don't have that Terminator there. And that helps add dimensionality to the side of him as well. You see how, like, that, like, adds something there? This could flare out more too, potentially. Legs still feel too human. Yeah, that's fair. You could potentially, even rather than having them, you could do more angular on the legs too. Like, make them, I don't know, weird like that. Or even, that's probably not quite right. Maybe even just making them like one long triangle. Make them get narrower as they go. They still need to be longer, I think. Honestly, maybe you even draw that out, like make him like unrealistically tall. Just kind of like Alistair, like your reference there, right? That could be an option. Like make him very tall. You know, I don't know. You obviously have to play around with it, but it is always hard to make like a... It's hard to strike that balance between unrealistic and realistic, but showing the torso could also work. But yeah, I believe in you. Play around with it. Don't be afraid to go too dramatic, I think. Some great tips already, thanks. Okay, perfect. I'm glad it's helping. You try making it too much before details. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, obviously if you're trying to get your... I probably should have started with the shapes more, but... it's kind of hard to like... Like, I think that's probably something you have to figure out yourself, because, like, it's hard to be like... This is... Like, you're going for a specific style, and it's hard for me to direct you toward that. But you say you're losing something kind of between the clothes layer and the non-clothes layer, so it's probably just trying to make sure you retain this shape. So maybe even, I don't know, make his belt weird. Make his belt kind of a triangle belt, you know? Like, because you're losing this sort of V shape, right? When you add clothes. So maybe try to retain that. And then maybe make his legs go, like, you actually have his leg get to, or his wrist get to a very point, like just to a point like that, right? Maybe do the same thing with his legs, right? Maybe just have that and then have a foot on that. But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Good luck, Tebow. Have a good dinner. Thanks, bye. Goodbye. But yeah, I believe in you.
Anyone else? Anyone else got anything before I like move on to something else and then probably call it a day? Dean, you got any art you want me to critique? Not that I can critique Bean's art. There's nothing critiquable about it. Or Yui, you got anything? Otherwise, I will... Otherwise, you can critique my old art. Otherwise, I can just move on to, sorry, let me just finish my sentence. I can move on to, talking about shading. I think that's the last thing I kind of wanted to talk about that we haven't really touched on. But if you want me to critique something, I can definitely do that. Wasn't this something we were going to talk about with this? You were talking about shading, right? Do we want to actually look at that on this sort of thing, or do you not want to? I think that's not helpful. Are you not there yet? Sure. I do think it's a bit harder because it's like I'm gonna be translating it to non-pixel art. But the principles still apply, right? Okay. Let's just talk about, we'll use this as an example. I'll also just honestly show you with a sphere. I was also maybe supposed to talk about Tebow's thing here, but whatever, either way. Okay. When you are doing lighting, because I think you've got this is good, right? Like you've got everything here is solid. The colors were a bit of a critique, like a bit of a whatever, but what am I trying to say? Colors were, like I said, a bit muddied, but otherwise everything else was like good. This could be done, right? Like you don't technically need to do anything here, but if we want to, we can do more. Let me just I should just line these up. There we go. So when trying to figure out shading, the best thing you can do is define where your light sources are. That sounds pretty simple, but it's very important. So let's say, where do you want the light coming from? Do you want it coming from, I mean, normally, let's say our sky color, right? Like normally if we have a sky or something, it's going to be coming from above. If he's in like a cabin or something, it might be like a more orangish light coming from, you know, a candle or something, or maybe it's on a desk, you know. So figure out where the light is, pretend like this character is sitting in a scene, and then define where the light is coming from. So like, yeah, I don't know, there's a candle here. So the light is in front of him. Okay. Usually I find like, so lighting's usually above you, right? So like light coming from like this way is usually good and probably more, let's say he's posing for a portrait, let's say. Okay. So like they have good lighting for him, right? So one thing to keep in mind, this is something I learned from film school. And you can like literally buy light bulbs. You may or may not know this, but
more interior light, generally, obviously you can buy different colored light bulbs, but is generally going to be more orange. Usually there's like tungsten balanced lights, and then stuff inside or outside is going to be much more blue. This is contrary to what a lot of people believe. Because like they're like, oh, the sun's orange, so it must be orange light that's coming from the sky. It is very, very blue. It's much, much more blue, like this sort of color. So daylight balance bulbs or whatever you use are going to be this sort of color. Whereas tungsten balanced or lights that are inside, candlelight, that kind of thing, are going to be much more orange. Now there's plenty of different areas in between, like a street light, usually, at least the old ones, were much more pink. Fluorescent lights, the ones, you know, like in office buildings, are more green. So light can definitely have a bunch of different colors, or, you know, I don't know, maybe you're by a neon light and it's blue light. So you can play around with that a lot. Generally, orange and blue are good. I do, like, this is where our color contrasts come in. You know, orange and blue light or purple and yellow light. I'm a fan of those combos. Usually I pick one as the light and one as the shadow. Because basically they should be opposed. Your shadow and your light should be opposed, whatever you pick, usually. They should be on the opposite sort of spectrum of colors. I don't actually have a good way of totally describing this, and maybe I should look into that a little bit, but another thing is, do you think the color scheme for this character is good? I think so. I think it's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with the color scheme. But yeah, let's put him in a setting, right? This is going to be a little bit different for pixel art. It's going to be much more harsh shading. I'm usually used to a soft shading for most of my shading, but we'll talk about it either way. So let's say you said a portrait. Let's say it's outside though, right? So I'm just doing a clipping mask. I have just him on a separate layer, so it kind of works out. So yeah, we're gonna pretend our light is a bluish light and it's coming from here. So we'll start with that, right? This is what we're starting with. So in your case, you can use, so like I like to use a lot of blend modes. Blend modes are really, really nice because you can apply them over a thing, right? And then you can hit one of the blend modes to kind of make it look, you know, I don't know, let's do overlay or something, right? And then you can make that look like a specific style. This is obviously not quite right, but this is the kind of idea that you can get with blend modes. You can instead just pick a specific color. Most programs have blend modes. I know Sprite does. I don't know about every single art program. You can take this idea and then just, you know, individually color pixels in this case. You know? Right, so but basically what you're doing, again, think of this like a 3D object. His head is a 3D object. It is not a bunch of lines and pixels. Where would this light hit if it hits him? So honestly, some of this can be super simple. I'll shade this like I do normally in my art real quick, and then we'll kind of go with a more hard shadow. Let me actually explain the difference between the two. It's probably obvious, but let's have a sphere as our example here. And we'll just do this. So this will be what we kind of explain our thing through. Okay, we have a sphere. Soft lighting is going to be... Actually, I probably should make this a... I should have made this a gray. Let's make it like 50% gray. Somewhere around there, at least. Okay. Now we'll put it in a folder instead. Soft lighting is going to be light that basically slowly fades off, right? It's you know, slowly goes from harsh to... Actually, maybe we shouldn't even use my texture brush. Let's use just like a pure soft brush. Right? Soft lighting. Something like this. And again, I can do a blend mode. Maybe even add, right? That's soft lighting. You can see that the edge kind of feathers out and becomes, it's a gradient, right? Versus harsh light, which is going to be, oops, it's not. It's going to be just like a hard edge, right? It goes. This is probably more likely what you'll have in a pixel art. You'll much more likely have hard lighting like this, unless you do something like dithering like you have in your background here, which is totally doable. But yeah, let's look at our character and figure out how that's going to... again, I like soft lighting a lot of the time. I need to get better at hard lighting, but let's just start with soft lighting. You can kind of figure out how to do that from there. Or we can maybe take a look at it after. So like, actually no, hard lighting is actually going to be better for illustrating this example. So let's just do that. So where's this light hitting, right? So anywhere up top, because it's coming from the top here, right? Like this all makes sense, right? That the light's hitting here. Probably be hitting like the top of the gem here, right? Like the corner of that would be getting hit. The bridge of the nose usually gets hit. Maybe the top of the eye, maybe over here, maybe some of the hair here. But yeah, think of this as like a 3D object, right? As the light comes, it's also good to think about the shadow at the same time. All right, so we'll do a dark blue shadow because I like dark blue as well. As the light's hitting here, his head's getting in the way, and so there's probably going to be, we'll do it darker just to kind of illustrate the point. His neck's in the way, right? Like the sun's going to hit here, and then his neck is obscured behind here. His whole head's going to probably create a shadow on his shoulder here, right? And then because, you know, the back of his head is there, it's probably going to put shadow here as well, right? Because the sunlight's coming and then it's hitting the back of the head and then you don't see it as much. There's going to be some behind the hair here. The hair bangs are in front of his forehead. The bangs might catch the light, right? The bangs are going to catch the light right here. But behind it, it's not going to. Maybe catch it a little bit here. But of course, there's going to be shadow, you know, behind some of these areas. Would his whole neck be darker than his face already? Not necessarily. Not his whole neck, but like maybe at least under his chin, right? And the top. No. I mean, not necessarily. This is part of the shadow. Like, the reason it's darker under his neck is because of the lighting. You can see it on me right now, right? But this is more or less what you do here. And then I like to do, like, again, I like to do, Some blood modes. Maybe you can do like a little bit of detail in the hair that's getting picked up. Maybe like the top of this area gets a little bit shinier because it's shiny. And then you can actually, ooh, cringe. Okay, hold on. I put it on the wrong layer. There's some of it. Merge. So yeah, I can change this to like an maybe overlay, right? And then the shadow I can change to like a multiply layer. Again, that's way too dark, so we can turn it down a lot. Right? Maybe overlay is even too much. Maybe soft light's better. Now, of course, it's kind of blobular right now, but if we zoom out, I mean, that looks pretty good, right? So schmexy, yeah. Now, of course, it would look better if it was actually pixel art instead of just like weird blobs, right? Because it kind of looks very, if you look closely, this looks very blobby and isn't quite, it's not very accurate because it's not on the actual pixel art. But you also could do like a little bit of a Rembrandt here. Probably be like much more subtle than that, but the nose a lot of the time projects a shadow behind it. You probably want to do that on a separate layer though, like multiply and then just much more subtle. I'm doing it wrong, but actually, let me look up Rembrandt. So Rembrandt's a famous painter from forever ago, from the before times. I'm doing a reverse Rembrandt. That's the problem right now. Is it technically should be the other way around. It should be like technically there should be a, this is more for harsh lighting, which I guess is kind of what we're doing, is like there should be like a bit of a how does it work again? Just kind of darkness on this side of the face, and then you get kind of like this sort of V here that is left from the shadow of the nose. But in this example, I don't think it works very well. I wonder if there's an opacity setting for the layers on the app I use. Maybe, I don't know. There definitely is, like for what's it called? For Sprite. But if you don't have that, just sample like a color like this and then just paint it in manually. Right? It sucks. It's not as nice, but lighting glimmer to the eyes. Yeah, we can do more with this, right? We could add bounce light. You know, this white shirt is probably bouncing a bunch of light back. So, you know, technically the darkest area shouldn't necessarily be right on the edge here. It should be, let's actually set my, well, let's just do this. Like technically there should be a little bit of light bouncing back. This is gonna look a little weird though, so I don't think in pixel art it's a little bit different. We could have like another light source, right? We could have like an orange light source. Maybe there is a candle right here or something. I don't know. a light of some sort. We could add that as another layer. Add more depth to this. So and it's maybe less strong of a light, so it's not gonna do as much. Maybe it only goes so far. Maybe add. Again, it looks bad up close just because of the way it is, but you zoom out, looks pretty decent, right? We also try instead like do a soft light. Maybe we do something like this. Maybe we do like even overlay. Well, this is pretty subtle though, to be honest. This is getting a little crazy, but zoomed out, it looks good. It's you know, that's the biggest thing. Yeah, glimmer in his eyes. Yeah, so you could do like little tiny details, like it's like a little for you, it's like a singular pixel, right? Glimmer around the eye, glimmer around the gems. You could even do it, I guess, in the color of the lighting instead. White is usually good though, for like little specular highlights. But you could do it in the lighting color. I'm convinced to do this just for the dimensionality now. Right, there you go. And then you also could add even, so like then once you have your, these are like the broad shadows, right? I did kind of like the crazy stuff. You can go in and do like little smaller shadows. So you can actually go in and add some like under his eyebrows, maybe some across the eye itself. Again, it's in a socket, right? So the eye itself can have a little bit of shadow underneath. The ear might have some extra shadow because it's pretty dark. Around the rim of his hat might have like a little bit of a thin shadow. This is called what's it called? What is it called? When a shadow, contact shadow? There's another name for it. Ambient occlusion. So because the objects are so close together, if you hold your fingers and you look at your fingers pressed together, there's light that physically just can't get in there, and there's a little bit of darkness. Neck shadow would be darker than the face, right? It kind of depends. It depends on your light source, but yeah, you could have like a little bit of darker, more darkness there. And hold on, let's turn this to multiply. And then again, turn it down. There you go, right? It's not that hard. It's definitely, you have to be a little bit precise, especially with pixel art, but looks even kinder now, yeah, doesn't he? I think it's the glint in the eye. Wait, where's the glint? Yeah, I think it's the glint. Glints in eyes make you look friendlier for sure. From our close-up, he looks melted. Yeah, that's mostly just because I'm
the shittiness of the what's it called? That I'm using a brush on a 2D character, right? Or on a pixel art character. He's real Paladin now. He's a sweet boy. I mean, let me do one more example. Let's pull up let's pull up one of our army's characters real quick. Let's do I don't know, sure, Beast Tamer. So we'll show some difference between soft light and hard light here real quick. Let's just focus on her head. So I could do hard light. I would probably do it in the same color my crayon is, to be honest. And you can do hard and soft light as well. Let's pretend the light's coming from this way. So therefore, all the shadow behind the hair here needs to be hidden. The shadow behind the fluff here needs to be hidden. Behind her head needs... We'll do all this as like kind of a hard shadow here. And then on top of that, we'll do another layer. That is a softer shadow, which again, we're going to use a softer brush. Let's turn this to, again, turn to a multiply layer. Make it a little more transparent. Same with this other layer. Multiply. More transparent. Usually I don't do harsh lighting, or not harsh lighting. Actually, one thing you'll notice here though is her face looks kind of muddy, right? Looks kind of dirty. One thing I usually recommend with faces is to not use blues or any other like color that you would think you would normally use for shading. Because one of the problems is when you start adding blue, you start looking bruised or dirty or whatever. So one of my favorite things to do is either A, you take the sample of the color of the face and then just do that as a multiply layer. See, look how much better that looks already. We're gonna do crayon, sorry. That looks a lot better. Or if you want to take it one step further, take that color, add a little bit of red to it. Like make it a smidge more red. And it kind of gives their face a lot more life. I can probably even go more red with that. Almost like a blush color. And a blush, that sort of blush color as a multiply layer looks just so much better. And then we can do the same for that soft lighting on top of that. Usually you don't have both though, both soft or hard light. So maybe we just do two different options here. On. Oh, this is looking weird. It's much more subtle, right? The soft light on our face. Hard light. Kind of do like the hard light.
Something I definitely should have done more with armies, but both work though. You can do both. And then I liked adding like blush in my sort of shading layer. I think blush really does add a lot. It's maybe as like a different blend mode. Soft light maybe. Not really. Blush really does like add like a little bit of life to them. This is looking a little muddy though. I'm going a little too crazy. But yeah, I don't know. There's plenty of stuff you can do. That's one thing I do, but I'm never sure to move the hue up or down. I'm a blush hater personally. I think it can be done wrong, but you're also wrong. Let me talk about hue shifting in a second. I think it depends. Right now, I'm not really finding something I like here. I think it should be very subtle when you do it. Like that, right? That versus not having it. It just adds blood to their, or no, I miss shading, sort of, yeah. But I am a blush hater. You're still wrong. You're wrong in the fact that you hate it. Try again, get a new opinion. Your homework is to get a new opinion and come back to me. No, I got homework, yes. Yeah, we did some shading practice here. I can do another one, Tebow. I don't mind. I'm not though. Look how shitty it looks up close. Because I just drew on it. But if you zoom out to about there, it looks great, right? So can I be a blush hater next stream? No. Never again. Because AI can't do pixel art. It can, though. It looks AI generated. Yeah, I guess when you zoom out, or like, yeah, when it can't, it really can. I feel like I've seen it do it decently, but I don't know. I guess if you zoom up on probably AI pixel art, it probably looks like this. Yeah, I guess that's fair. From far away, though, looks pretty good, though, right? But yeah, I just didn't want to do pixel art on top of that. Mostly because I can't in Photoshop. I'm sure you can. There's a better way to do it, but... All right, Tebow. We'll give you the lesson, too. Honestly, let's do it even more simple. Let's pull up our Osgathian war. No, I think she's good. You can probably make your canvas small, like where Tuna used. Yeah, I guess, but the problem is like it doesn't really tell you how to. Like if I let me try this. Let me copy the image. Because I think it takes DPI into consideration, which isn't really helpful. File, new. doesn't have my clipboard on. See, new, that, paste. Yeah, the problem is the pixel layer is still here, so I literally have to shrink it down. I don't know how to like figure out how to do that. That's close, but slightly off. I do 32, 128. It's probably 128, right? I mean, what is this? This is probably bigger than that, yeah? Maybe? Now that I'm looking at it. Is this really 128? Can't be. Surely not. I don't know. This shit doesn't work. It's not. I just need to, does the image... Does it not have image scale? No, it can scale images. It's just... Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to do it. I just don't know how. All right, Tebow. Wait, first we need to teach tuna hue shifting. And then we will, and then we'll, you say you don't know whether to shift the color up or down. Is that what's going on? There are tutorials about this. I assume you can. I'm sure you can. Okay. I'm trying to think of a good example. I mean, honestly, we can just do this with a sphere. Whatever. Okay, we have a sphere. It's kind of like baking towards red because blood. I was talking about that earlier, actually, believe it or not. No, it definitely depends on what you're doing. I personally usually it definitely depends. But say you're shading something. If I want to make this darker, I usually like moving toward a cooler color. So darker, cooler, lighter, warmer. Does that make sense? But yeah, we want to move to not only just so we want to make a darker color. So we take our thing, move to a darker color, right? We'll move it down in the hue or in the saturate or frick darkness, right? Darkness, lightness, make it darker. Let's show an example between the two. I need more than one of these. Okay, this is option one, where we just make the darker, darker. This is not dark enough. Let's go even more darker. Just darker. And then we'll make the light just lighter. Still not light enough. I guess we can move this way. Light, just lighter. Dark, darker, light, lighter. Yeah, makes sense. The Other option is we take this. Again, I like to, so we'll make it darker, but we will also shift it toward cooler. I usually like moving it toward a cooler tone when it's in shadow. Think shadow, less light, cooler, right? So it's a little bit more blue. Usually I like my shadows to be more blue. And then we will make the lighter a little more orangey yellower. It's got much more life to it, you know? Run around blue because the sky is blue. Yeah. Indoors it's a little bit different, obviously, but generally, yeah. The ambient color is blue. Now, I don't think this is necessarily like a hard and fast rule, though. Because I think you can do it the other way if you really want to. And we'll try it, and we'll see how it looks. Darker, more orange. It'll probably look weird, but it will be okay, I think. And then lighter. Oops, let's take the original color. Lighter and more blue. I mean, I personally don't like it, but yeah. Guh ads. True guh ads. Oh, in 3 minutes, yeah. For sure, going darker on blue, this is bad looking. You're right. Don't listen to me. Darker blue. Darker, cooler, lighter, warmer. Think light is warm when it hits your skin. Dark is cold when it doesn't. Or when darkness, you know what? I'm losing the metaphor. Anyway. But Beets, I hear you ask, what if the object is blue? Great question. Great thought. Darker blue. Purple, right? Yeah, usually, I mean, you basically shift in that direction. So let's a cooler color. So like let's pretend this one is blue. By pretend, I mean it actually is. So we take the color. Yeah, I'm so smart. Who is Mart? Smart. Yeah, it is kind of interesting because purple technically pushes it more toward like if you look at the scale here, purple technically pushes it toward a warmer color, which is kind of like weird. Like technically you could push it more toward like teal, but teal isn't darker, right? So yeah, purple really is your only real option, unless you go teal and then like really dark. But like at that point you're just going black, like it's just turning black. To be honest, black a lot of time is your best option when shading a dark blue if you're going like really dark. But this works for sure. And then, you know, you can shift it toward the like usually I like shifting it in the opposite direction. So like you'd have like this. But I don't know if there's a wrong answer. Like I think you could shift this more toward, like in this case, I think you could shift it more toward like pinky purple as well, depending on what you're going for. But I usually do like shifting them in opposite directions, the light in one direction, the shadow in another, and that gets you a cooler, more contrasted result, I think is really the biggest thing you're going. Tuna, are you learning? Tuna probably had a phone call because that's just Tuna for you. Anyway, I'll be back. We got ads and we'll kind of probably finish up with a final result. No, I'm here. I'm just messing with you anyway. I'll be right back.
Ever wanted to make a board? Recently, I was challenged by waiting your turn sucks.
Oh, sure.
And I think it's time we all come to admit that. Like, how many times have you been sitting at a table playing a game and either finding yourself zoning out completely or anxiously hyper-focusing on what you're gonna do the next turn when it finally rolls around, easily losing sight of the bigger picture? And this is the case whether you're playing a board game, tabletop role-playing game, or even a video game. Today I'm specifically focusing on tabletop role-playing games, but this applies pretty much across the board. Yes, that was a board game pun. No, I'm not sorry. Sorry, I'm not. Whatever. But what if I told you I devised a way of making your turns not just bearable, but actually fun? Now I'm gonna tell you about that. So, yeah. One of the things that helped inspire this idea was I was reading through comments on one of my previous videos. I had proposed a slot-based inventory system that ties health and the inventory system directly. As you get hurt, you lose access to those item slots. However, I didn't really have a good way of determining which slot actually got damaged. I had suggested random chance by rolling some dice, or maybe allowing the attacker to target specific slots. But a few comments suggested that instead, why not let the defender choose? And I don't know why this didn't occur to me before, but it's brilliant. It's like improv as a game mechanic, the yes and of combat. Role-playing games like D&D, Pathfinder, what have you, all pretty much rely on improv to tell a good story. A good game master will consider the core principles of improv. Yes and, yes but, no and. These principles build on an idea rather than dismissing it, helping players feel heard and making their vision part of the story. If you're not familiar with this concept, I recommend checking out one of these two videos. They explain it better than me. But why shouldn't these concepts be used in the mechanics of the game as well? Combat especially. Most parts of the game are a give and take. A player may want to do one thing, and regardless of whether they succeed or not, their actions should impact the narrative. But instead, a player is often left passively waiting for their turn, disengaged from the flow of the story and the game. A good game master wouldn't dictate how your character feels or force them to act. However, most systems break this rule when it comes to a player taking a hit. When it comes to combat, most players are supposed to wait their turn, take their beating, and move on. They have no choice in the matter of what happens to their character. This feels like a forced interaction that detracts from the collaborative storytelling spirit of role-playing games. So why shouldn't these improv concepts also be used in the mechanics of the game? So with all that in mind, let's bring it back to our slot-based inventory example. Say an enemy attacks a player. The players defend, but instead of having some binary options of yes, you get hit, or no, you don't get hit, why not give the player a mechanical option for something more interesting like, yes, you hit me, but I deflect the sword into my shoulder, narrowly missing my head. This brings the yes but sort of concept into the mechanics and makes the interaction more dynamic and engaging. This solution not only fixes boring turn-based waiting, but also makes the game feel better overall. For one, it helps players stay engaged at all times and be invested in the game. Second, it allows players to actually participate when it's not their turn. Third, it makes negative outcomes feel less bad because the player actually had a hand in the result. This one is especially important because I received a lot of comments about punishing systems not feeling good because players feel bad losing things. And lastly, it helps the narrative by making combat explanations more organic and...
Okay, I'm back. Any questions, Tuna? Honestly, this one's grown on me. The one that Hugh shifted in the other direction. Also, Tebow, you were sad you missed shading. Do you want me to go over shading again? I'm happy to. And if so, do you want me to shade something, like show shading on one of your pieces? Or should I just show you on one of my characters? Like perhaps my Adam, like the one the pink one, this one, hold on, somewhere here, this guy, just do new. I've got too many things open here. I don't think you necessarily need to send it shadowless. Shadowless. No questions, although I think I have to change some colors in my art now. But for why? I think you already have like a decent idea of what you're doing here. If you want to send a shadowless one, it might be slightly easier, but it's not really a problem either way. Honestly, backgroundless would probably, well, actually I can just use this button. There we go. I'm just stealing your art. Flatten image. No. How do I do this? Is there a if I rasterize this, does it? No. It's not letting me do that. I guess not. Fine. Okay. Sent. Perfect. Copy image. Hello? So much larger. It's larger in charge. Okay. So body could be more... So I could also be more stylized. Yeah, I can see it. For sure. I'm going to change this to a more neutral color for now. Okay, just so I'm not staring at pink. Okay. So when you're doing shading... First thing I recommend, 1, abandon your thoughts that this is a two-dimensional object. 2nd, determine the direction and color of which your light is, right? I talked about this a little bit. Blue, color of your sky. Orange, much more color of interior lights. Tungsten and daylight. Most people think light blue is, or like blue is the color of, most people think the blue is the color, or isn't, like orange is the color of the sky because the sun is like yellow and orangish. That is untrue. That is not how it works. But when you're thinking about a light, you are going to want to determine where your lighting is. You looked like you had your lighting directly overhead, right? It was pointing directly down. It was casting a shadow under his neck, on the floor, that kind of thing. But if you want to make the lighting a little bit better, I would recommend usually doing it from like a 3/4 angle like this. I kind of didn't have a light, I think. Kind of just had casting a shadow and stuff. Well, if it's casting shadow, then it is light, right? Like shadow is just the absence of light, and therefore when you have your this and it's casting a shadow here and casting a shadow here, it means your light is directly above it, right? So if you have your light coming from here, if your light coming from here,
basically just meant you have a pure white light, right? So your shadow would end up, you know, intersecting here, and it's going to be more off to the side, right? Essentially, you had a pure white light, so everything looks perfect. Color consistency wise, and then the shadows was directly below him. So that's technically like, if we were to light him and get him perfectly the same, that is how your setup would have looked. I recommend doing like a sort of 3/4 angle because it's a lot more interesting. It also looks like it's not as flattering when it's not coming from an angle like that. Let's just do blue, sort of a blue light, because I think it's gonna be flattering. I think orange is gonna look kind of bad on your character because he is blue. Orange light would like probably not look as good. You probably want to like stick with like maybe yellow. Yellow light's probably a lot better on this character if you're looking for a warmer color than orange would. Just as an example, like overlay. Like the yellow looks much better than the orange does. So just a random thought. So yeah, let's pretend our light is coming from here. We'll do a light blue for the lighting. Do you like soft light or hard light? Are you kind of more, what are you thinking for your stuff? Are you thinking more like really rigid sort of lighting, or are you thinking of more, I think what you have is more cell shading, so more hard light. So yeah, let's do a harder light. Oops, what have I done? Because soft light, you'd have like more of like a gradient. Hard light is going to be much more, yeah, more that cell shade look you're looking for. So again, imagine this is a 3D object. With a cube, it's a little bit more difficult, but we can kind of pretend like we have some sort of like light fall off, right? So we can kind of go, maybe do a little bit of an interesting, like light's hitting here, right? Light would hit the shoulder area there. Just think everywhere where the light would touch, right? Where any light coming from this direction, this arrow, right, is where the light's gonna hit. Maybe here, on the elbow, maybe on here. And conversely, you're also gonna wanna think where the shadow is gonna hit. Tops of the feet probably get hit by light. A lot of time it is honestly easier to think of the shadow first, right? So light hits here, and then shadow is going to be on the opposite side. Definitely under the neck. His head is going to project a shadow here. So one thing we want to probably pay attention to is if there's shadow here, there probably shouldn't also be light there. So we probably should go back and take a look at that. Probably under the arm here. Probably on either side like that. Yeah, thinking of this as a 3-dimensional object. If light were to hit this, where would it show up? Where would it not? Right? Have to go again, we'll be back. No! All right. Final look, though. We'll go, I don't know, maybe overlay. And multiply. And we can turn the multiply layer down a lot. Probably turn the overlay down a lot, too, but... He was gone forever. Indeed.
just to finish it out. But this is what it would look like, somewhat like that, right? Okay, bye, thanks, goodbye, 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 farewell, goodbye. Now that I have it like this, I can kind of just tweak it a little bit. It's kind of easier to tell when you're when you actually have it as a multiply layer. I can kind of carve the shadows out. This is just for anyone else who's here still. That was the last time I heard from him. It's been weeks since I've seen my wife and kids. Maybe I overdid it on the shading of light on his face. I don't know. Maybe we do depends on if we want to give his face like 3-dimensionality, right? I think it kind of adds to the staring into the void look. He looked into the void and the void looked back. So far, yes. But yeah, there's a lot you can do with it, but I think that's the general idea right there. And the biggest thing that really helps, looking at before and after. Before, after, or before, after, before, after, before, after. Technically, like, his face probably wouldn't have this much shading on it because it is a flat shape, right? So it's kind of hard to get this sort of gradient on there. But if you want that cell shaded look, I think it looks decent like that. The principle is simpler than expected. You just lighten up whatever is in the splash zone, and the dark is whatever is obstructed from it. 100%. Yep, exactly. One of the a model making tip is they have a like little miniatures. One of the painting techniques is called a zenithal highlight, which basically just means zenithal, whatever. Basically, the zenith being the point above you. A lot of time people will take a white paint and just spray it directly down on top, right? So it hits the top of the head, it hits the shoulders, and hits maybe the bottom of the feet and like whatever. So all the light that's coming down as if it's falling, it hits the top of the head and whatever, and that gives you a good base coat for the colors you put over your thing because it looks like they're in direct like sunlight. So that is a cool technique. This is basically the same idea. Yeah, think of it like, yeah, you're casting a ray, right? You're shooting a laser beam, and anywhere the laser hits, it should show, right? So as you shoot your laser beam, it should hit there, and because it's going this way, the area where it contacts, like here, is getting in shadow. Kamehameha, blah. But yeah, he's so dead. He's cooked. He's cooked, fam. But yeah, that's exactly the principle. I think honestly, a lot of people can benefit in any sort of drawing as just thinking of things more as a 3-dimensional object. I think that's like the biggest thing, because when you stop thinking in lines and you start thinking in 3D, a lot of things kind of become unlocked from there. you know, a lot of our examples today, I think, kind of illustrate that, right? The idea of the dimensionality in clothing, right? Like here, right? Is, even within one example here, right? His coat comes out farther than his pants. They're not just one straight line, right? Or his sleeves. Up here, it's a little tougher though, right? Like, I feel like you should probably have a little bit more there. Right? Because it looks like it's just part of his... There's this line is like this, where it should be like this. Potentially. Yeah, you can suddenly do a GIF where your 2D character is turning around. That's a cool emote, by the way. I used to have that for like I think I did. Did I do that for one of my my blanket shaman characters? I think I did. I definitely did it for one of my like Bionicle things like 10,000 years ago. I used to make like Bionicle videos, and for some reason it was to the song Do You Feel Like a Man When You Push Her Around, even though it's like a song about like nothing to do with Bionicles. Hold, will it work? Oh, kinda. It's terrible resolution. There she is. What a cutie. It's like that resolution video. It's not a full turnaround either. It's like a half turnaround. How many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My style's changed a lot, huh? Her eyes got way bigger. She changed a lot. Can you just mirror it? Meh, her design's asymmetrical. It's the problem. If her design was perfectly symmetrical, yes, you could. But she's got one shoulder showing, and then her hair buns off to the side instead of on top. So, yeah. It's not our music. Get us out of here. Okay. I'm kind of curious, again, the first version of her versus the newest one. I think the newest one... I can't remember, honestly. This is just me going down memory lane because I'm here. I should draw her again though, because I showed you guys that one image of the of me drawing her versus like it was like a 3-year difference between drawing her the first time and then drawing her the second time. It was like one of my Instagram posts. Where is she? I could have sworn I drew her more recently. Characters? Oh yeah. Why did God, why is my... Oh, okay. I think this... Oh, she's wearing a different style of her, whatever. I think this is like the latest drawing of her. I think in some ways, like, the problem with like redoing a character is eventually you like lose something in the I don't know. I don't know if the style is necessarily better but it did evolve. But you could do a basic symmetric base spinning around and then add the symmetrical details, asymmetrical details on top of that. True. I hate Instagram, and I'm not wrong on that. That one you're not wrong on. You're wrong on blushes, but you're fine in saying that Instagram's bad. I don't hate it necessarily, but I don't use it anymore. Not really. I post some stuff on there from time to time, but I hardly look at it. Actually, I think technically the latest version of Emmy is this one. I really tried to stylize her shoulders. I don't know why her shoulders are so shouldery. I kind of like it in a way, but it's also like, I don't know. Yeah, this is the original version of her. This is version like 1 or 2. It's very Adventure Timey, but also very poorly executed compared to like my skill level now, at least. I should draw her again. That'd be fun. So Riddle school coded? Middle school coded? What? I don't know what Riddle school is. They kept pulling safer work in my feed at some point. Yeah. That'll do it. It'll be like that. It do be like that sometimes. Wait. Oh no, this is older. This one's decent though. Her style definitely changed a bunch. Crazy. Anyway. I followed so many meme accounts and they always just sell themselves to bots. That's, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's when I was trying to learn how to draw a face that's more, I guess it's more of like an anime shape, you know? Anyway, the lesson's over. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. There's probably some stuff that I probably could have done better, but those are like the main things I wanted to talk about. She's like a marshmallow. She's a little squishy one. Just bite into her, yeah. Crunch. Except not crunch. Squeesh. Yeah, I should draw her again. It was a good time. Yeah, it's like, there's this one. Her informal attire. It's been an honor, Beets. It has. It has indeed. These past 99 streams. Oh shit, it's tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean Tuesday. What the beep? What the hecking fricking heck? Anyway. It has been good. Let's go here. And then let's find someone to raid. Oh, it's a rerun. I was like, oh, we could raid this guy. I haven't raided him in a while, but he's just streaming something. He's re-streaming. And we like to interact with people. Classic anime ladies. Do we know that person? We do know that person. What are you thinking, Tuna? What kind of art do we look for here? Give me a vibe. So much has changed with AE since then, true. And by stream 125, it'll probably be done. Let's hope so. I hope we can do get a lot done between, like, in the next few weeks. I would love to be done. Although I kind of expect maybe a few more redeems just for the rest of it, but... Oh, I know this person. I didn't know they streamed. I've read some of their comics. But they're not actually active, so it's like not worth it probably. They're like, it's starting soon. My vibe is that I'm going to sleep right after stream, so nothing too high energy. I'll do a card redeem probably, yeah. Nothing too high energy. Okay, let's find a cozy stream. How about this person drawing some sort of, it just looks cozy. They're drawing a centaur. Or a, like, whatever a deer centaur is. A lady deer centaur. I think that's the coziest looking stream that I can see right off of the rip. So let's go for it. YOLO, right? Doing art fight stuff. Let's just go for it. Tuna needs to go to bed. Let's go. Oh, all right. Well, it's been fun, y'all. Hopefully my very broken apart streaming lessons was actually useful. And yeah, maybe next time we'll do something a little more structured, but I thought it'd be fun to just do something like that. It's only 9 and I didn't sleep enough. I totally get that. I feel you, dude. I'm probably gonna take the rest of the day to just chill, I think, because I don't know. I feel like I haven't taken a break, so I'm gonna do that. Originally I had plans, but not no more. So anyway, we're gonna raid this random person, and yeah, that's it. All right, toodaloo. See you later. It's good seeing you. See ya on Tuesday, where we'll do more AE stuff and I guess a little guy because we need to. Anyway, goodbye. We'll see how well I'll use this advice. Yeah, we'll see how everyone does. I'm curious to see if it helps anyone. Anyway, bye.
Another read. Hi. How's your stream coming in?